Welcome to episode 59. 10 episodes away from the magic number.
True.
Oh yeah.
Maybe today, literally the last episode of season 2. Who knows?
No.
And we are split up.
Wait, can we get a recap on what happened? I don't quite recall exactly the details.
Just a lot that happened last session, I feel like.
It
Or a fair
was
bit.
Just the last part.
just the
So
last
that
part.
we're all
Alright.
on the same page.
At the end of last session, Carr, who you have resurrected from being a stone statue, has given you a ultimatum. You have until the end of the day to find out whether or not you have the ability to save his life. If you don't, he will go and do something.
And off himself.
Accept his destiny that he has to become nothing, have his life energy drained away from him. It's hard to say. Yeah, and Septimer had an idea how to find a scroll of wish, and said, "Okay, give me 3 hours. I need to look something up. Meet me at my estate." Turned around, walked away, and Osma decided to follow her. Getting a, you can follow me up to the library if you want to, but you can't come into the library. And you can, like everybody else, meet me at my estate in 3 hours.
Okay. So,
Time-wise, we are like
Uh-oh.
shortly after, like, must be 3 p.m. or something.
Did we wake up this morning, or have
I-
we already pulled an all-nighter?
I think we woke
No.
up this morning because
Yeah.
I think we woke up this morning because I remember that we were literally like, wait, we need to make sure we have our spells ready, so we slept in the day.
Yeah. You woke up this morning and the first thing you did was to unstone Carr.
That's true. And then we raced over to Barrios.
It is still the same day.
Yeah.
Okay.
So as I enter the city with Septima, I pull myself next to her and whisper in her ear that I have a couple of concerns regarding this plan of yours. Firstly, are we to trust this person you say, this pastor, to do the casting? This could be a prize worth betraying us for, don't you think?
Have you considered that I know about the potential existence of a scroll of wish, and yet I never went to get it?
So
A wish spell is nothing one could just throw around and accept outcomes. It does what it wants. Unless you have a very specific goal in mind, it isn't really a good tool.
I look at her a little bit dumbfounded.
If you had a wish, what would you wish for?
Well, currently nothing, but it would be a incredibly valuable asset to have in case a specific circumstance comes in the future. Don't you think? This was my second concern. Is even if we were to successfully find this scroll, one can't stop but have the consideration of if this is this really the best use. Like, don't get me wrong, I of course I want to save this guy, but I mean, this could potentially be my life.
Yes, could be.
So don't you think it's a bit So I don't think it would be rash to make this decision in such a small amount of time. I think it would be for the betterment of us all if we could somehow manage to restone him for a later date.
Whilst I technically agree with you, I don't think it is our decision if Carl wants to be put back into stone or not.
Usually don't give other people this much autonomy. I don't see why this privilege is being extended to a man who's been out for the past 1,000 years.
Well, ultimately it's your party's decision if you want to go and find it and use it.
I agree, though. I feel like it's a waste to send him off on his own.
Have a dead man go and die doing something he loves.
I nod.
Doesn't seem too wasteful to me.
Feelings are momentary. His mind can change. He's gonna die fighting for a kingdom he doesn't even know.
Well, what do you want me to do now? I'm uncertain. Do you want me to not look? Do you want me to not find?
No. I think regardless of the outcome of finding this scroll, the best option is for him to be restoned. I think we should be spending our efforts on how to make this the future outcome rather than deliberate over expending a wish or letting him die. I think our time is better used thinking of, if not convince, how to trick him into getting restoned. It's for the betterment of his future.
Do you think you will live forever?
I give a shrug, probably not.
He doesn't have a future. If we return him to be a statue, there is nobody who will feel responsible to help him.
I will.
You might be dead tomorrow.
No, that's not true.
You live the life of an adventurer. You put your life at risk.
No, I really don't. All of my expeditions have been carefully calculated.
In parameters you knew at the time, things might change. People have died before. People will die again. You're not a researcher. You're not a stationary wizard. You don't have plans to be one, as far as I understand. I wouldn't trust my life in your hands, just in the hopes that you might one day return.
But one day isn't too far from now.
Or it might be never. And he will be stuck in a stone statue, never being able to go back to where he came from, or whatever you think it is at the end of life.
I think this is foolish. I scratch my chin.
There's many fools that exist. There always have been, there always will be. Maybe he's just one of them. But if you are talking about being foolish and how to not be the biggest fool in the room, the decision should not be return him to stone or use the wish scroll. It would be use the wish scroll or let him die in whatever way he thinks is the correct one.
I kind of look forward, and I guess never mind. I don't look forward, but I turn my head forward, and I just follow along for a couple of minutes, thinking. Wait, maybe I need to make some sort of roll. Roll 20. What would be appropriate here? Oh, I know. Can you roll a charisma by the guy? The car guy? See how much I care about him?
That would be a 22.
On the roll.
Yep.
Okay. After a while of walking, I place my hand on Septima's like elbow and say, I don't know if it's I don't know if searching is necessary. I think I might know the location of the scroll.
She stops, turns around and looks at you and says, "Do you know?"
I nod.
And where might that location be?
Somewhere very near yet very far.
Can you get it in time?
I can.
Will you get it in time?
I think it's worth the use. Can you retrieve the caster?
Oh, retrieve might be the wrong word.
What does that mean?
There's two options. One is getting to my sister. The other one is getting to my secret safe and getting a certain item.
Do you know where your sister is at the moment?
I assume you're friend should be able to summon her to her hut.
Oliver?
Yes.
Summon her?
The gods work in mysterious ways.
Hmm. Well, what do you think? Do we have time to make it to your sister?
Maybe.
It's at least a
I
couple of
don't
days.
exactly know how many days he has to live. Could be 2, could be 5, could be 9.
I guess, like, if you're willing to expend whatever it is that you have, then
It does not need to be expended. Just
Okay.
carries with it the risk of casting a wish. If you're willing to do so.
what's the risk?
What do you know about the wish spell?
I know that takes an awful toll on the caster. And it's capable of many deeds. But
Do
I've
you know
only
why
heard-
it is capable of many deeds?
I've only heard of it in fables. The specifics of the spell elude me.
A wish spell is able to do whatever the caster wants to be the reality. And why it can do that is because it has the ability to force the divine powers into doing what you want from them. There's a overlap between the arcane and the divine that is fragile, but it exists.
You're saying that casting a wish would potentially cause grand enemies.
You are forcing a being of higher power to do what you want from it. They can be petty, they can be rewarding. It's different. We don't know. You can probably guess which of the divines you would force into action here, but it would be you.
I
And
think that's
how you word things is difficult.
You mentioned earlier that depending on the purpose of the spell, it might be in differing difficulties. Would it not be straightforward to lift a curse?
As I said, it depends on what you're trying to do. The smaller blade, it's not a simple curse. If it were, you could just dispel it.
What do you know of the curse?
From what I understand, the armor takes over once you die and feasts on the remains of your soul, giving you a few more days to be not exactly alive, but existing. Gotta say, very powerful thing. Nothing can stop you, other than being buried under a rock or being held in a different way. But in the hands of a powerful warrior, there's very limited options.
Hmm.
A giant might be able to throw you off the cliff, but you wouldn't die. You would just climb back up and continue fighting him.
I guess I'm less interested about the effects of the spell, more on the nature of the spell as it pertains to undoing it.
I would assume that the god of the void or the god of death would be the one you will have to get to act. If your old comrade was still around, we could ask him, but alas, he isn't.
With death, when aren't we?
Something is stopping him from dying.
We're not gonna spend the spell just to make him die, right?
Hard to say. A wish spell is hard to control. When does one wish end and a second wish start? It's hard to say. Could you wish for the curse to be lifted and his body restored? Would lifting the curse restore his body to begin with? Would restoring his body stop the curse from working? How dead is he really? Did he just... Is he way beyond the pale, or is he just very wounded and could still be saved by normal ways? It's hard to tell.
And you're making it sound like this scroll isn't of much help, really.
The scroll is the only thing that can help. How that help plays out is up to you, if you want to cast a spell. You're bargaining with divine powers.
I feel like I lack the wisdom around the specifics of what's happening to get any kind of desired result if not given charity by the deities. And if it is the case that the spell is a forcing, then I don't presume to be receiving any charity.
As I said, the gods work in mysterious ways. They might find it funny what you want from them, and just give you more than you ask for. They might be really annoyed and give you the least amount possible.
I think the gods like me. I think.
Well
those
then.
are-
The answer should be easy for you.
Yeah. I nod my head.
Do you need time to think, or should we return? I'll get the thing we need and return.
I'll go find the scroll. I'll go find the thing, and we'll meet back at the front of the city, the front of gates.
When?
I look at my wrist as if looking at a clock, which maybe didn't exist in this time. Shouldn't take me too long. An hour?
Okay. Then see you soon. She changes her path and walks somewhere else.
I also walk somewhere else.
The rest of the party, outside of town. Both of you give me a perception check. Right. Let's just quickly check.
How many people are staring at us?
How many people are saying no? Just raining. Shitloads of rain. Oliver, you see approaching from somewhere south, must be 2 miles away or so, is a lone figure on a horse. It sticks out because she's the person is coming from nowhere specific. You can see like paths to town that they lead somewhere, and you can see people traveling there from time to time. This lone figure is approaching from nowhere. You don't think that there's anything where the person's coming from.
I'll like point this out to Ruben and be like, "That's strange, isn't it?"
Sorry, what?
Oh, I'll just point out to Ruben the person on a horse that's coming from like nowhere.
Okay. Ruin was probably spacing out.
Yeah, I'll point that out to you and be like, "This is strange, isn't it? There's nothing behind her."
There's trees behind the person. You know, could be coming from the trees.
Could be coming from the trees. Reuven seems more or less still kind of spacing out, thinking to himself. He'll kind of glance over at the figure, kind of shrug, almost kind of just like gesturing to you, me, and then like the undead, undying warrior next to us. You can see Reuven have a very like nonchalant expression, with the very understandable look, or a very like easily seen look of like, well, whoever comes is probably not going to be able to beat us.
That's fair. Yeah, I'll be like, yeah.
Car speaks up and says in Asian, is there problems?
No, just a person, maybe coming to talk to us in a distance. Should be fine.
Do people usually come to talk to you?
Well, you look kind of odd. I'm a bit odd in human land, so it's not unusual. Ruben seems to almost go back to spacing out, thinking about something.
Well, the lone rider is still quite a ways away. It's gonna take like a few more minutes before the rider gets close enough to get any more interesting details to see.
Yeah, I think we're just waiting casually then.
as the rider comes closer, seems to be a normal horse. Nothing interesting about the horse. The rider seems to be clothed in black clothings.
Is
Not
this
much
just
else.
near?
It's a lone rider coming from nowhere.
Sounds like a near thing to do.
Sounds like a near thing to do. A person continues to get closer. Thus, it comes closer and closer. You can slowly but surely make out that your guess isn't that much off. Could be her. Person is like 600 feet away or so. It's raining a shit ton, so details are still hard to make out. But
Mm-hmm.
Reuven seems okay with waiting.
Yeah. Same
by
thing.
now it is
Sure.
obvious the person is walking your direction, or riding in your direction. You are kind of like hidden next to a tree, trying to avoid a car being seen too much. So
Yeah.
why would anyone know that you are there? Is beyond reasonable. And person comes closer, and yeah, you guess correct. Seems to be near, riding on a nondescript horse, black as she is. Comes closer, and as the aura passes the threshold, you're kind of expecting it, but car looks up and looks at the person.
We're probably sitting or standing up now as well.
I'll just, I guess I can't talk to him, never mind. I forgot that I don't speak any languages.
The car speaks up and says in Elven, well. If it isn't one of these white priests.
A void priest, you say? Is that a title that you called people like her?
You don't call them that?
Reuven shakes his head, kind of reaffirming. Again, the gods of the humans, you only came back some time ago. Everyone that's a person following the gods does not understand their own titles.
What? A white priest it is. You can feel it in the air.
Do all of them have the ability?
All of them is a big word. Usually, that's just two, but yes, both of them.
If she's getting closer now, Reuven will just take a few steps and like wave at her.
Yeah. She rides up and stops and looks at you and says in common, well, if it isn't our friendly elven ranger, and looks at Oliver and says,
I'll wave.
and she like gives you like a maybe sarcastic hand wave. The chosen of Myelin. Where's your wizard friend?
In the city right now. Should be coming back soon, I imagine.
Would you two mind taking a few steps away from that black figure?
Why is that?
I assume that he is what has called me here, or what is calling me here, but I want to make sure.
Okay. We'll tell you about them, but sure.
Yeah, he speaks Reuben's language if you can talk to him.
Reuven will take
Interesting.
some steps away.
Oliver?
Yeah, I'll take like a step back, sure. You know.
She like
kind of cautious what's going on.
waves you to step to the side, so she kind of like you don't standing behind him.
Yeah, I'll like be like 10 feet away or so.
Cast as
10,
an
15 feet
elven. Is this like your boss or what?
No.
Anir replies in elven and says, "Oh no, I'm not a boss. I was just asking them politely to take a few steps away from you, so I could discern whether my god is directing me towards you or to one of them." Do you have any idea why I've been called here? Calm, like, shrugs his shoulders and says, "No, I don't know who you are and I don't know why you're here. I know what you are, but..."
Ruben will kind of barge in the conversation and say, in common, I guess, sure. And be like, Nyar, apparently, I don't know if you knew this, but the title that you had was a Void Priest. Do you know this?
Does it matter?
Uh, I I guess not. But yes, this is Car, and he. Oh, it's a long story, but we kind of woke him up this morning. He was a stone statue we found in the east.
Petrified. And now he's unpetrified and dying.
Apparently, there's some magic that's kind of keeping him alive, but it's gonna soon go away. And we're trying to see if we can find a way to
She jumps off her
help him.
horse and steps towards Car. You see like Car like standing there, his gavel on the ground, holding one hand, chest out, like he's like making himself to appear bigger than he is. He's really big anyways, but he's like being a stalwart. She steps next to him and then says, "Would you mind?" and like raises her hand, speaking in Elven, and puts a hand on his armor. Rolls a wisdom check. And says, "A deal has been struck, I assume. One that you might not have been willing to take, but did anyways. Are you trying to break it?" Car says so. "Well, obviously. You interested in dying?" She shakes her head and says, "Oh. I wouldn't mind, but unlike you, I'm not dead yet." Car, like, says nothing for a while. She has taken a few steps back, standing there like 6 feet away from him, under the tree, hiding from the rain as well, as you all are. They continue, just looking at each other for a while. Then Nia speaks up and says in comment to you two, have you devised a plan to free him from this curse?
I think that's what we're waiting on to see if we can. From what I got told, it's a tough thing to crack.
Reuven's scooted next to Oliver at this point and kind of nods along with him.
There's a I'll like look around to make sure no one's near us because there's a scroll that could potentially help us in a tomb. Don't really know much about it, but it could break the curse. I think it said it was like a wishful or a wish thing or something like that. Strong enough magic to break the curse and keep him alive.
Then I assume why I've been directed here is to stop you from doing that.
Hands up a little bit. And why do you want to stop?
Not me, but my deity. I am just a humble servant.
Over at Reuben, give him like a glance. I'm like, I don't really know what to say.
Reuven slightly frowns at this point, but kind of just does a shrugging motion with a sigh and just, I am not sure really at all of this whole situation. Maybe we can wait until Uzmar comes back and see what he knows. I can again shrugs.
I think Oliver's gonna try and do some insightful praying to see if he can get in touch with like what to do, because he has some ideas of what he wants. Like he has ideas of what he wants to think, but he's gonna try and ask his goddess. It's got like an hour or so, you know. Well, he's got a little because he set some hard to change. He's gonna need like 3 hours anyway.
Yeah. And Nia says like since you've been talking about a scroll and a spell, I assume you will need your wizard to follow through with any plan you have. Shall we wait for him?
Yes, I think that is best. Apparently, he would come back in 3 hours or something. We probably don't want to go in a city or the clan of humans with this gesturing to the bloody man. We can set up a camp and wait for a few hours.
Sounds great. She switches back to Elven and starts like asking Car a few questions. Like, nothing that really interesting to you. Some things about gods and, weird shit. Why he speaks Elven, things like this. I'm not sure if you pay attention to that.
Semi. Listen up for if anything that pricks my ears.
Yeah, like just like something about him being close friends with a wizard that is speaking Elven. Maybe meeting a few elves in his time. That he does not know why he he knows why he's cursed, but he doesn't know why he got cursed. Didn't strike any deals with any divinity. So yeah, was like random stuff they're chatting about. Yeah, you sit around and Cool. Osma, are you heading back to the party or are you going somewhere else?
No, I'm heading to the gate and waiting for Septima, and then I'll go with her.
Okay, so you're just waiting.
Mm-hmm.
You lied. You don't need to go anywhere.
What do you mean? I mean, yeah, I go get the thing first from my secret hidden hole.
Secret hidden. Oh, all right. Yeah. Yeah. You wait, and 45 minutes later, Septima comes in your direction. Also, by the way, you noticed that it's raining shitload.
It's what?
It's raining a lot.
A lot.
Yeah, and
Good.
similar to what you have observed with Nerina, also Septima doesn't seem to get wet.
Good.
Now her clothes don't seem to get wet. Like she is obviously wet on the outside, but her clothes aren't.
I'm grossed out by the abjuration school.
Yeah. All right. And she sees you and walks close to you, and then says, "Shall we?"
I go, cool nod.
And you walk out of the city. And walk over a few hundred feet of field, and then approach your tent in the distance. Did you put up a tent?
Probably.
Yeah, I could have. I have one in the portable hole.
Yeah. You portable hole is a bit tricky here.
Oh, that's fair because we're raining a lot. I don't have one then. If we don't have a tent, I don't have one in my person then. The hole.
Okay.
We just
No
found
tent.
some. Yeah.
You're standing under the tree. The tree is big and covering you from rain. Yep. Just slightly wet. And Osma, you can approach the party and see. Surprisingly
Nia.
enough, Nia is standing there with the rest of them.
Oh, thank goodness.
I'll wave hi to them.
I wave.
Nia sees you approaching and takes a few steps in your direction. Sees Septima coming with you, stops, and then continues walking in your direction to catch you before you get to the rest of them.
Say, oh, thank goodness, Near. You're just the person that I needed for this.
Am I?
Mm-hmm.
What do you need me for? You're just the person that I need, I think, unless she looks at Septima and says, you are the person I need.
I look at Septima and say, I believe there's a curse upon this man that we wish to lift. I believe Septima here said that you're the one you serve might be involved in lifting this curse.
She looks away from you somewhere into the distance and says, that's what I was afraid that you would say. I've been
Problem.
called here, or sent here, by my deity. I don't exactly know why, but judging from this cursed individual you have found here this morning, when the pull overcame me, it has to do with him.
I give a surprisingly pleased nod. Sounds good so far.
And whatever it is that is bringing me here is not a feeling of happiness.
Scratch my chin.
Have I ever explained to you why I think I get sent places?
Nope.
It is my job to return souls to where they belong,
Oh, sure. I
to
can
make
do-
sure they're not getting stuck here.
Oh, don't tell me you want this guy to die. That would be contrary to my interests.
I assume that is exactly what I'm telling you.
Is this a personal view?
I'm a servant of my deity. Whether it is his view or mine, there's no difference.
Well, there actually kind of would be a difference here.
I haven't had time to reflect on the meaning of this.
I
But
turn towards Septima.
there was anger that I felt coming over me.
That's good.
Is it?
Getting in touch with your feelings.
The anger of my deity is nothing I wish to feel.
Oh. I look to Septima, or I turn to Septima. I feel significantly less confident that the gods are on my side anymore. At least as it pertains to this endeavor here.
Things are getting interesting.
I shake my head at Septima.
I warned you. You might be angering one of the deities. I think my wisdom is no longer needed here. Please return this to me. And she grabs from somewhere, not really sure where, a small wooden etui of some sort.
Wooden what?
Etui? Does this word work in English?
I do not understand that
I don't
word
know.
either.
Okay.
If you spell it out, I might know it.
A small okay, I'm just stuck with German words now.
Oh no.
Yeah, I had that before with my friend with
A small box. Okay.
Oh, there we go.
A small box that clearly contains something.
A wooden box?
Yeah, a small wooden box. It is very delicate. It is clearly ornamented. Looks expensive.
And you said, please return this to me.
Yeah. That's about the size of your hand in length and depth, and about half of that in height. Half of the depth and height.
Excuse me? I say. Confused. Is she like handing me the thing?
Mm-hmm.
And she said, please return this to me?
Yeah.
Okay, I take the thing.
Mm-hmm.
When would you like this to be returned?
As soon as you have made your decisions and used it.
What is this? Wait, who
Sep-
tells me this? Nier or Septima?
Septima.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Now I understand. It's the thing. Okay. I was so confused, but that makes a lot more sense.
Put them on if you wish to cast a spell. I wish you a pleasant discussion. And she waves up to the rest of you standing under the tree and
I
shortly
peer into the
takes
box.
a longer look at Car before she turns around and walks away.
I peer into the box.
There's a pair of glasses.
Okay. I close the box. I look to near. Um.
Well,
Well.
your newfound friend, she looks up to Carr and says, seems like he is not aware of what he did.
What is it that he did?
I don't know either, but he must have done something. Intentionally or unintentionally. A dead man walking.
I don't know if I would call him dead. He can talk and is reasonable.
Not too far away. You can't talk with him.
Oh, sorry.
They're like 60, 70 feet away from you, standing in the rain
Okay.
at the moment.
Okay.
You just saw like the exchange, something going on, and then Septima turns around and walks away after waving to you. Like, that's some weird shit.
I gotcha. Weird wizard shit.
Yeah.
No. It doesn't look dead. It's able to hold the conversation.
That doesn't sound weird to you.
I mean, he was cursed.
To one it is a curse, to another one it is a divine gift. Do you really know if he was cursed?
I was shrugged. I guess not. I do know that he holds valuable information. He's like a book, a 30-pound book on what used to be. I'd prefer not to throw that away.
You don't need to throw it away, just let time take its course. It's curse, not no. Course? Sure, course.
So you don't want him to be saved.
If my assumption is correct, I don't want the deal that has been made between him and my deity to be broken.
Ah, I see.
Do you believe in free will?
I nod. Of course, how could you not?
Then you have to accept that in some way Carr chose this fate.
I shake my head. I don't think that's true.
Why not?
I think you can have general free will and still be in a particular situation where you have no choice. I don't think you have the free will to cast magic missiles right now, if that makes any sense.
I don't think it does.
Well, maybe something to ponder about.
Lack the ability to cast magic missiles.
Exactly. So you don't have the choice to do so. So it wouldn't be fair to say that you made the choice not to do so.
I don't lack the ability to put on armor or take it off. So at some point I made the choice to put it on.
sure. I don't question that. But I don't see how you can be so certain of this man's past. I think my analogy is just as likely to be a picturing of what happened as yours. So I'll lie on the side of not making judgments.
Well, until I have time to commune with my deity, I can't say exactly why I'm here, but that's what I assume.
They're not. So if we, I'll take some time and meet on the morrow. Maybe we could have a insightful and productive conversation on where to move forward.
Give me a charisma check.
Bam.
Are you lying?
No.
No?
The thought of actually just casting it did cross my mind, but that is not my intention.
Okay.
But it is a thought that I did consider. But it's not my intention, emphasizing that once more.
The scroll you have. If the spell is powerful enough to lift that curse, it might be powerful enough to destroy the book.
The wills of gods have a great impact on how the spell is cast, so I'm very much at the mercy of the counsel that you and people like you can give me. This is why I like to hear your thoughts after communing. I will ask the same of Oliver.
She nods and says, we'll meet tomorrow after sunrise back at this place.
Okay. I waltz towards the party
She
with.
turns away and walks into the
Wait,
city.
how big is the wooden box that Septima gave me? Does it fit into my extra dimensional pockets?
Yeah, you can like wrap your hand around it, so it should easily fit in.
Okay.
Mhm.
So all of the cool magic stuff now is in pockets.
All right. You want to take a quick break? I have to go pee.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Right.
5 minutes.
Rip.
Feel like we're at the God War here. They give conflicted advice.
Mm-hmm.
That'll be
But
fun.
then I just need to figure out which god will have the most influence on the specific wish.
True. Yeah.
I just don't know why it would be. Septima said that it would be the god of death or god of void, but I don't understand why.
That
Is it
kind of
void-
makes sense.
Is it avoiding death, or is it life?
I think like the void is like the god, it's like some lore that I don't want to say. 'Cause I remember some of the shit when I was playing Julius that like he gave descriptions for, but I don't remember. I can remember vaguely about it, but I don't want to say because he's dead and gone.
It's fine. I will be
Yeah.
the priest of death now. I will go pray on the circle.
Just dual class. Just abandon your wizardry and become a cleric of death. Yeah, it'll be interesting. I'm curious how it's gonna go.
That'll be fine.
It'll be fine. Yeah. It's the worst that can happen. We just, you know, play an avatar of a god. No big deal. Cast magic missile at it a couple times. It'll go bad. It'll die.
Preservation. I'm also also slightly. Well, I don't know. I'm conflicted because I would really like to cast a cool spell. That's cool, but then also I don't want to age myself 5 years.
That's very fair. Maybe I don't know. Maybe if we get somebody else to cast it.
No, I want to cast it. I'm not gonna have someone else cast my wish.
How old are you? How old is your character? Ald's Usmar.
21. It's fine.
Oh, so it's not too bad. And like worst comes to worst,
It's
you get
not,
almost you just get your whiz leveled up.
it's not bad out of character, but I mean, yeah, but in character, I feel like it would suck to just lose 5 years.
Oh no, for sure, it's awful. Yeah, it's really bad. It's a lot of study time.
Yeah.
Because
I'm
No,
back.
true.
Welcome back.
Maybe
I'm back
in
as well.
character will age me.
Yeah, I think everyone's here.
All right. Let's continue.
I walk to the party.
Nia walks away. The rest of the
Yeah.
party has no idea what just happened.
Mm-hmm.
I say, hello, hello once more. I scratch my head. It seems that this man's fate lies on the will of the gods. I scratch my head. Me and Septima were able to locate the required scroll. But it must. I look to Oliver. I return to Oliver. It is unclear whether the gods want this man to be saved, or whether death is or living out this curse is the natural course. I scratch my head. I don't really have any wisdom to give here or any insight on the problem, but I think this is something that you ought to pray over. I'll go with the decision you divine.
Mm.
It
Looks
seemed that
like a...
sorry.
No, sorry. You go ahead.
It seemed that Near and her deity were quite opposed to the idea of this man being saved. But she was uncertain, so I asked her to pray once more, which she agreed to.
I nod. Yes, it was a thing I was thinking about as well. As I mentioned to Ruben. It's something that must be done. I think just to get a full idea of what's going on.
I nod.
What would you like me to tell Gar here?
I think just wait a day. We'll see tomorrow on what happens. I don't have any. I think further information will just stress him out.
We told him that we located the scroll, or no?
I feel like that's best kept hidden. I think you can piece that together. But it's important to not get anyone's hopes up if it ends up being the case that the gods are opposed to his saving.
Reuben's face kind of somber and sad. We'll turn to Car and tell him in Elven, as you mentioned, you can wait for the day. Apparently, we'll get some more information by tomorrow morning, and we can have a final decision made there, if that is acceptable to you. Does he respond?
He like looks at you for a few moments and then says, I gave you to the end of this day. Are you willing to risk your lives to get this scroll and save me, or not?
Usman, Reuben translates his words word by word.
I scratch my head. The scroll has been acquired, but the necessary preparations have to be done for the casting.
Is that what should I say?
I think so.
Okay. Reuben translates what Usman just said.
His head turns and looks at Osma.
I give him a nod. He doesn't say anything.
Give me another charisma check to see how convincing your nod is.
Nat 20
Very
nod. Okay.
convincing.
Yeah, it's pretty decent. Very well. How long do you need for your preparations?
Reuben translates.
I need a good night's rest. I need a clear mind. And then a few hours in the morning.
I will extend my ultimatum until noon of tomorrow.
I give a humble nod bow thing.
Anything that needs murdering somewhere around here? He starts looking around. Reuven?
Reuven kind of translates it to the other two.
I think you guys did. I think you guys have done everything already.
I don't think anything nearby.
I think we've done everything in like a day's journey.
I mean, if for an entire night, can you travel through water?
Haven't tried it.
I wonder if you could just go retake north side and come back.
How far can you travel in a day? Oh, he needs to get back here by noon, so we have like less than a day.
Yeah. Maybe it won't work.
And we just keep him here for now. It's fine.
If you want to extend your thing a little bit more so that we're waiting on you, you could go through the north side.
Where's this place?
I pull out a map and I show where we are, and then I show where north side is. And actually, we're not where the token is, and we're closer to the entrance.
Yeah, you're somewhere around barriers. Like this area is. If you're here or here or here, it's like kind of the same on the map.
Okay, so we're a bit
Yeah.
closer than I thought. Yeah, so we could probably make it there and back. We're just moving nonstop.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't. I assume he doesn't get. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know if we want to risk it though, because he might get lost.
Up to him.
Yeah, it's up to him.
Do you do want me to? I understand Oliver needs to pray. Usmar needs to rest. I could go with him.
I go shrug. I think he should be fine. If he's unable to navigate along the river, then I shake my head. Maybe then he's not worth saving.
Reuven kind of doesn't fully translate the end there. He kind of just looks at you weirdly. So, right, turns back to the man and says that there's the town there recently overtaken by orcs, but it's, if you run the whole night there, you might be able to make it back by noon tomorrow, but it's not very likely. Depends on.
Sounds spicy. Well, I will be back when I'll be back. Just cross the river, turn left, continue until you hit a town.
Basically, yeah.
Great. Do you have a horse for me?
We took a horse. No, we don't have horses here, do we?
No, we took phantom steeds.
We could get a horse for him. I translate that to ask you to.
Reuven,
How much do horses cost?
do you
Yeah.
really think you can get a horse for him?
Do I think not?
No. No horse is gonna stay around this person. It's like blood and intestines occasionally dripping down from his armor. You kind of, it's hard to notice at times, but like he's reeking of death, technically.
Sadly, Mister, we came here with weird magic horses, but a normal horse. He kind of just looks him up and down.
He looks himself up and down and then gives a slight chuckle and says, I guess that's a good point. Well, then I might be a bit late tomorrow. See you soon. He waves, hoists his gavel over his shoulder and starts walking. Probably in the correct direction. Somewhere north.
I make sure that the correction is right.
Yeah.
I give him a compass. I give him my compass.
Yeah, you can kind of see where the river is. Almost.
Okay, right.
You see also that he's going to cross at least one road with people on it. But, well, happens, you know.
I don't think anyone's gonna stop a bloody warrior walking down the street.
Yeah. Maybe.
I hope not.
Yeah, well, he disappears.
Off to the honeypot. Need a good night's rest.
I guess so.
I'll go to my tavern.
I shake my
It's like,
head.
you know, the cheaper tavern.
I'll pay that 2 gold for us, for me and Reuben.
I'll
Alright.
pay like the 2 silver
Yeah.
for me.
I'll ask Reuben to watch my stuff when I go to the bath. I don't think I want to leave cool Septima stuff lying around, or cool my magic stuff just lying around. And then I'll go into the hot tub to try to de-stress. melt
Alright.
off some of the stress and think about life decisions.
All right. Rufin, you've been tasked with looking after weird wizard stuff, and Oliver, you head to the tavern, or did you go to the temple? Like,
Oh, there's a temple. Yeah, I'll go to the temple first.
all right.
Temple for I'll like pay for my and like yeah I'll be here. I'll pay for my thing at the night and then go to the temple.
All right. So you head deeper into town towards the temple.
Mm-hmm.
I think you've been in Barrios Temple once already.
I think like I don't remember. I think I have at some point. No, I know. I remember I have to do donations here at one point.
Yeah.
'Cause I've definitely been there before. Yeah. And then I remember I was in what was it? Camp Vidovich was when like they like told me to stop healing people.
Ah, yeah.
I remember that as well. Yeah. They're like, don't heal people in public, you fucking idiot.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. You head to the temple. Do you know where your deity's symbol is?
I believe it is like the top right, based off of the deities and avatars book that we have. So it's like 45 degrees or so. I think like that, like around there, like where my thing is pointing, in that range.
You
In the
head to
outer
the
ring.
temple. You walk over there. Feels like you're at the right place.
Mm-hmm.
And there's like a carpet that you can sit on.
Mm-hmm.
You sit down. One of the clergymen comes over and asks you if you need something.
I thanked them for the offer, but declined the offer.
And you can start praying.
Yeah, I wrote out a little thing.
It's like one of the few times you actually prayed, isn't it?
He doesn't go to temples that often. 'Cause he never grew up with temples really. He didn't really have one in his town. So it's sort of like it's a thing he doesn't do a lot because it just never grew naturally to him.
I mean, you casually, like you ritualistically pray every day. Like that's kind of your thing as a paladin. But specifically going somewhere and trying to ask your deity for the guidance, that's kind of a unusual thing for you, right?
Yeah, it feels like he gets a lot of the guidance he gets like just passively a lot of the time. Where it's like it's like he's got his macro goal and he gets some of his micro goals on occasion that come up where it's like like the hag, like the orcs, that sort of stuff that came up. It's like he gets something he sort of feels like he's doing his god's will because she's not getting upset at him, so that's always a good sign as well.
All right.
And so he feels like when he needs to, he'll go and ask her stuff, but he doesn't want to bother her too much about with worthless questions.
Yeah, this is a very out of the norm situation here.
Yeah, and
it's
it's
like
time sensitive as well.
weird things going on. Something about spellcasters casting spells. Something about angering gods. Like Osman didn't really explain to you what exactly he meant with that. Near showing out of nowhere, kind of casually throwing into the ring that she's here to stop you from doing what you're doing. That's like a really weird situation.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's this guy who does not understand at all what it means for the gods not to be here. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a couple weird things going on.
You try to clear your mind so you can focus on praying. It works surprisingly well where you're sitting at the moment. And you throw your question into the ether.
Mm-hmm.
What is it you want guidance on?
Guidance on what is to be done about Carr the warrior Carr.
Is that a specific question you're asking?
I believe so. See if there's anything else I can phrase it. Can't think of a better way to phrase it at the moment. I don't know if I can ask like multiple questions. That feels a bit cheesy.
I mean, dude, you ask that you throw this question into the ether, like
Is it
you
like is it
are
like a,
unsure what's supposed to be done here. Nothing makes sense. There's this weird person, car. There's a dilemma. You want guidance from your deity on that dilemma,
Mhm.
and you get like a. Give me a wisdom check.
wisdom check? It's a good stat. Oh, the thing I'm looking at. 23. Pretty good. It's okay.
You get a not too clear answer back. But kind of the feeling that you receive from your deity is reluctancy.
Mhm.
Kind of leaves the taste of this is none of your business,
Mm.
whatever that means. Maybe that's none of her business.
Mm.
Maybe that means don't touch the rotten apple. It's hard to say, you know.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Do you remember, like, as you get this feeling that you try to heal him, right? And your healing has been blocked by this blackish waving aura around him.
Mm-hmm.
Are you happy with the answer you got, or is there more pressing matters on your mind?
I think that's pretty much it. Is it's sort of like it's not his place to do this to help him.
Okay.
Sort of like what he's taken away from this is sort of like it's
You
can't hurt or hinder him basically.
take the conclusions you want to take.
Yeah. He'll give advice, but I don't think he can get. That's sort of like the thing he's sort of thinking is the fact like he can't. It sort of feels like she's in like the middle of something and she doesn't really want to help or hinder him. Basically, that's like the way that all like in the god like in the how the gods are feeling about it. At least like Myrlin.
All right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I'll come back in the next. I'll just like go back to the tavern and think on that for a little while.
And you've been praying for must be 2 hours or something like this. You've been sitting there for quite a while. Clearly, the time you didn't notice the passing of time, but as you exit the temple, it's dark outside. It wasn't when you entered. You return back to your tavern and go to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
After
After,
bathing for like half an hour, I'll go clean myself, gather my shit. And I'll also go to the temple. And I'll go to the only place where I've ever felt anything, which is Wiglaf's circle. And I will also attempt to pray for guidance.
yeah, you probably enter the temple and see Oliver sitting there on his spot.
As a pious man, I don't pay attention to earthly things.
You give a donation to the temple.
Is it like on the entrance or the exit? Or where's the donation box?
There is no donation box, but the clergyman will walk around and ask you if you need something. You can decide to give a donation when they ask you.
Yeah. I give him like 100 gold to clear my soul.
How do you give him 100 gold? Like, casually just take this and leave, or is it?
When I enter, I'll probably pull out like 20 gold, and then after I'm done praying, I'll drop like an 80 gold.
Okay.
Say, like, here you
Yeah,
can
right.
have it.
Okay. Yeah, 20 gold isn't as crazy as 100. So, all right. You sit down and try to pray
Mm-hmm.
to the god of death.
Mm-hmm.
Question: how do you try to get the god of death's attention?
I go with the one thing that worked before, or at least I feel a little bit like it might have, is, we've been out. I know you've sent some dudes to spend time with me. So I hope I'm still in your peripheral. We previously, when I tried contacting you, we had just killed an orc camp. Now, not too long before this, another orcish army was put down. I hope these deeds make you proud of a long time companion of your servants. There's a wish scroll that I might be intending to use. I know not if this is an infringement or a honor to you. What is it that... What is the fate of this car? How should I affect it?
You send your thoughts into the ether. Give me a wisdom check.
Yes. No.
Not a wise lad.
Not a wise lad. That would have been a perfect time for nat 20.
You hear the rain outside. You think you hear the rumbling of thunder in the distance. As you this feeling of coldness overcomes you. Which kind of wakes you out of your prayer trance that you're in at the moment, and you look around. You don't see wind blowing through the temple or anything. There's candles, they're not like flickering.
I interpret the cold as I should be cold to Car and not have my compassion override my rational decision. But I'll defer to the actual clerics, of course, if they have stronger opinions. But I think now I'm leaning on the side of not saving him.
You were like really good on your prayer return. Sadly, you fucked it up with your roll. There's nothing we can do. Yeah. you return to the honeypot and go to sleep.
Yeah. I go look at Ruben before I go to sleep. Assuming Ruben is still awake.
He's as you open the door. If you open the door,
I probably knock first.
Ruben will. You hear his voice say, "Come in."
I come in.
He's very dramatically against the window, sitting down, looking outside at the raindrops against the glass, looking outside into the grey void that is the weather.
Actually, yeah. I come in. I sit on Ruben's bed. How hard is how hard is it for me to take off the robe of eyes? Is it like a whole process, or can I just like kind of like flip it off?
Well, you have to. It's like a single piece of clothing that's all around your body, so you have to pull it off.
I was wondering if I can like actually look at Ruben with my real eyes. How awkward does it feel if I have the robe on and look at people? I've done so before.
You can do it. It's like
Okay.
kind of a weird having to really focus on your eyes vision, because like the 360-degree vision is always there, but you can
Okay.
like try to focus on what your eyes are looking at as well.
So I try to keep my eyes open and look at Ruben so that he has actual eyes to look into. To maybe make it feel more humane. And I say, Ruben, the situation's a bit dramatic. I understand, as there's gods at play, but I want you to know that your opinion also matters here. I'm not just gonna listen to whatever it is that Near or Oliver says. If you think you have insights into how we should act here, I want you to know that your moral advice is of great importance to me.
Reuven sighs through his nose as his gaze wanders away from the glass panel and turns to you, looks you into the. It looks into your eyes, and you see the slightest of smiles on his face, hearing your voice, hearing your words, and very much as you make eye contact, him see a appreciation from it, from him. The slightest of glows in his eyes as he nods. Well, Usmar, at the end, this is of human gods, human magics, as you kind of eyes wander to like your pockets almost, signifying something, but seemingly pointing it at something, and continues human and human warriors, human history. I do not think I have a very strong, or I should have very strong influence on this. I am not part of this world, really. I, as his eyes more so focus on your eyes once more. Whatever you think, Usmar is best. Really. I believe in you, and I believe whatever you think we should do, we shall do. I will always support you, as his lightly glowing elven eyes pierce yours. He lightly moves his upper body forward and uses a hand to pat your hand. I will be behind you.
I nod and smile in appreciation, and I place my hand on Reuben's hand and pat it, and stand up to leave.
Reuven's eyes follow your back as you follow, which you might be able to tell with the robe on, but he stares at your back as you leave. And as the good door closes, his eyes remain looking at the closed door for some time. A picture of Reuven staring into the void is shown on the glass pane with the grey somberness of the weather behind it.
Tiny lightning flashes in the distance. As you will go to sleep.
Before that, one more before that thing.
Mm-hmm.
I pull out the blue marble, the main
Mm-hmm.
thing from Spila's wizard lair, and I hold it as I ponder what to do. And I kind of thumb it. Is that
You what?
I thumb it. I move it around with my thumbs.
Hmm.
I feel it. I smell it.
It is glistening in the... Oh, it isn't. I assume you're sitting in the dark, technically, right?
Mm-hmm.
It is the ever so beautiful, ginormous blue diamond that you know, with this two tiny engravings on it.
And then, unsure whether the gods consider this still Spila's property that's in my hands or my property now, I cast Past Life, holding onto the rock or the thing.
You don't get anything back.
Okay. Uncertain whether that's because she's still alive or it's my possession now, officially. Probably the latter. And a little bit sad that I missed my timing. Forgetting to do this earlier.
Well, now you go to sleep.
Now I go to sleep.
wake up the next morning.
Jesus. Okay.
Everybody grabs their breakfast,
Yeah. A little hesitantly.
and you
Maybe a little
can
just like.
meet up somewhere.
During breakfast, Ruben notices that Osmar's a little quite. I don't know what's the word to describe. Maybe on edge, paranoid. Not that he's paranoid, but he looks like he's kind of spooked pretty hard.
You see him kind of look at you, look at your expression, and frown. And even before that, he was probably you were probably coming down second. So when you saw him just on his own on the uh, just the eating area, he was also deeply frowning in a much different way than he was the night before. And maybe unless you bring something up to the table at halfway point of us eating, he will turn to you and say, Uzmar,
Ruben,
did you also have any dreams?
I pull out a paper and I draw what I saw, which is like some big eyes, and then I kind of like uh, I like color the outside so that the whole page is kind of dark. But then there's like these open, like semi-open eye slits.
He kind of nods at this paper. I I think I saw something similar.
I scratch my head. Ruben, I'm a bit worried that uh, the decision we make will be of very high impact.
You see graveness in his face as well as he nods at that. Uh, very much seemingly starting to become aware of the bigger impact here as he slightly scoots over in his chair and leans forward once again to you. And for the second time puts a hand on your hand and nods to you and says, I will follow whatever decision you make. I will support you.
I nod. But then probably for the rest of the breakfast, pretty quiet, at least on Osmar's part.
Yeah.
Just a lot of stairs.
Where do you three meet back up?
I don't know. Where do we usually meet up?
Probably like somewhere in the middle of the city, like in between our taverns, is my guess.
Sounds
Everyone cool with it? Everyone cool with that? They probably have like a meeting spot in between, like in the middle.
Yeah.
Probably somewhere around the market or something.
Yeah, like in public.
It's rather central.
So
Makes sense.
Didn't prepare a lot. Very little actually. Read magic and complement. Two. Just in case.
Alright.
As we're walking at some point, maybe on the street, Ruben will turn to Kitty as well and ask, my companion, did you see any dreams last night?
Yes.
Were they good dreams?
Was playing catch mouse. Very good. Catch 3 mouse.
He smiles and kind of goes and rubs underneath her ears. Good. Okay, I'm very glad.
Just mouse 3 have very big eyes. Mouse 1 and 2? No. No. Mouse 3, very big eyes. Weird mouse. But still catch. Good hunter.
He stays silent at that. Okay, yeah. Maybe we should ask Oliver as well if he saw something, Usmar,
Okay.
as we walk into the meeting spot.
Yeah, I think it'd be quite wise. Clever input.
Oliver, do you go to the meeting spot?
Yeah.
Okay. After a
Sort of just think.
silent breakfast with yourself in a smelly tavern,
Mm-hmm.
surrounded by guards that come off night shift and things like this.
Yeah, they're people though. You know. All right. Not the best place, but it's a good place.
Yeah. You meet your two companions. You're probably there before them, so you see them approaching.
Yeah, I'll give a wave and then be like, you know, sort of like a. You'll notice it's like not like as full of a wave as he normally does. It's sort of like, you know, a little reluctant.
I share the reluctant wave. So Oliver, did you get any answers?
He'll like sigh and be like, yeah, I believe I did.
I perk up to this. Quite excited now that the responsibility of the decision has been shifted away from me onto Oliver.
I feel reluctant in helping him, and I feel like it is not my business to help. At least not my goddess's business.
I nod.
I shall neither help nor hinder, I feel like.
Osmar looks visibly slightly annoyed at this.
But another thing that happened was that I had a dream last night, and there were large eyes staring at me in the darkness. Just staring at me.
I look to Ruben.
Reuven like nods in recognition.
I think this is shared by everyone.
Hmm.
At least Ruben and I.
Strange. I guess this is a warning, I guess.
As much as it pains me, it seems that helping him might be unwise.
Seems so. Even if I do, I feel like I will not have any help in we will not have any, at least divine help in the business. With this business.
We should go to the front of the city to meet here, so she's not
Mhm.
confused.
We should at least meet. If we're gonna tell him that we're not helping him, we should at least let him know about it.
We can still help him with his last wish, or at least I would like to.
I nod. Yeah, I agree.
Help him travel to the orcs as best we can.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a slow nod.
All right. You head to outside of the city. You can see Nia standing under the tree. Probably the same tree you've been standing under the day before.
I'll wave.
She doesn't react.
I'll stop waving.
She has like her hood over her head, standing there, arms crossed. Kind of a dark figure standing under a tree, looking probably in your direction, maybe not exactly. You approach and it's still quite rainy, so you don't make too much noise compared to the outside rain. You get pretty close. You can see that under the hood she has her eyes closed and is just standing there waiting.
Near?
She like turns her head, looking in your direction, opens her eyes, and says, "Where is Carl?"
He should be back soon, I believe. We sent him off to clear the city. North side of works.
Have you come to a decision?
I looked at everybody.
I nod.
Looked to Reuben.
Reuven's face very neutral. He just kind of, doesn't react. Maybe even not fully, but about body language wise, kind of takes half a step back and distances himself from this meeting, seemingly slightly behind Uzma.
I believe we have come to a decision where we are not going to clear his curse, but we will help him in his final wishes of fighting until he wants to till his last breath. Just guiding him in the direction.
Snake slowly nods and then says, I didn't get exact answers,
Neither
but
did
the
I.
feeling of anger and being disrespected continued.
It felt as though this was none of my or my goddess's business.
She
Which will
turns
leave it
and
to you.
looks at you, Osmar, and says, my assumption was correct, though.
Your assumption?
The spell it would be able to destroy the book.
I go nod. Once I'm strong enough to cast it. I was lent an item for this instance, which I haven't been given permission to use outside. I have no intentions of breaking any agreements that I have with Sephiroth.
We could ask her.
I nod.
We should ask her.
I nod.
It seems like Ka is still away. Shall we see if we can find her now?
I think
I think
we're
someone.
disrespectful to not wait for Car. If it's his last days, we should do all we can to be immediately available when he arrives.
She nods and says, should we wait here or go to where he is?
Not sure.
I worry that if we move, we'll cross the river at different times, and then I think maybe wait, can he cross the river?
He was unsure if he could.
We obviously couldn't, but if he has the ability to just walk through the water or swim through the water, not worrying about breathing, then there's a high likelihood that we'll miss him.
Well, I can sense where he is.
There's a shrug. I only have a single phantom steed prepared. Do we have our horses here?
Then we will wait. And she, like, closes her eyes and keeps doing nothing. Does anyone join her in doing nothing, or any other plans?
What time of day is it right now?
9, 10 a.m.
Are we currently waiting for car outside the barrier city? Reuven, I guess, will ask to Usma about if we do when Car comes back, and we want to help him attack the orcs. How shall we move? Do you have your magic to carry us, or
I think the best I can do is, or the best for him, is I create him a deed and then he can write it off. I think in one day he should be able to make it 36, 72 times some 1.5x. In one day he should be able to make it into pretty much the center of the orcs. We'll give him some directions. In fact, maybe I'll start scribbling a copy of our map in this area, and I
Might just want to go buy a map and just give it to him.
No, I'll be able to describe these forests better than any map that's available in the forest.
Good point.
And I pull out a water keg, my bag, so I have a surface, and then I sketch this forest roughly, and then this area has like more detail. This is just like, oh, there's trees here, and all of my effort is going to be here.
All right.
Reuven glances over his two party members and will kind of generally just ask, will let him go himself?
I nod. I don't see any reason to babysit him.
Spell that's on him. He's impossible. He's impervious to damage.
I understand.
I don't think
If we wish to recover his body later, I think Usmar can track him somehow, right? You can use your magic to scry on him.
I nod. Hopefully.
I don't know what will happen to his body though once he's dead fully.
I haven't seen his face though, but I'll try to press in my mind the image of the armor.
The armor is quite unique.
Actually, the weapon he has is also quite unique.
Okay.
Okay, so those are the things that I'll press into my mind.
You sit around for a few hours. Noon comes and goes by, and like 2 or 3 more hours go by. Do you like get nervous at some point and move somewhere, or do you just wait?
I think I'm at least ready to wait for the entire day.
Yeah, I think I am as well. It's pretty much like we're pretty much just sending him off to his death anyway.
Yeah.
All right.
No
Ooh,
reason to-
something I thought of in between the weeks that Reuven probably just kind of brings up to all of them is we have some extra magic swords. Does what Nia want one? As we know, she has only one magic sword that starts flying sometimes.
Oh, true.
You say this to Oliver or both of them?
To the whole group. Everyone can hear it.
I don't answer.
Do you just want to give her magic weapons?
Reuven seems kind of on. very obviously like saying it to her, very much like seemingly very determined in this.
She looks at you and it says, "Oh, that's too sarcastic." I appreciate the offer, but I have received all I need from my deity.
He reluctantly nods.
Time goes by. It's getting like late afternoon. As you can see, stomping in your direction, a large black figure with a gavel over his shoulder. Surprisingly clean looking.
Like somber note as like he's coming up. Stomping his way towards us, probably.
Yeah, car approaches where you are and then throws a greeting in Elven. "Ah, welcome. I had quite the adventure. Turns out I actually can walk through water."
Reuven's face is down, maybe the others are as well. And then kind of, I guess, looks to Uzma, then maybe blinks and realizes something, and then looks to Nia, clearly with some sort of like look of who wants to speak.
I'd like nudge Reuben and be like, "Your time to shine."
Okay. They'll turn back and take a few steps forward and say,
You all look like you should have come with me and had some fun. You look like a somber bunch of whiny creatures.
there's a very slight like smile at his sarcastic comment, but that goes away quickly as he nods and says, "We have some info back, I guess, or in Elven, in information. Um, it appears that
He shakes his head and puts a hand out in your direction, interrupting you. If you want to be interrupted, you can continue talking.
he will take the interruption and stop.
I know what you want to say. A void priest showing up is never a good sign. He stares at her. I know my situation. You don't need to apologize. I had some time murdering a village full of orcs. It was quite fun, to be honest. But they started running after a while and then chasing them down. It's annoying, you know. I have accepted my fate. You have been in Spaler's laboratory, have you?
He nods.
She owned a specific rod that allowed her to travel large distances in an instant. Do you by chance have it?
Reuven turns to Uzma and translates.
I would have to prepare that spell. I don't have it memorized today. but I could create a steed if shorter distances are.
I think you missed a part of the translation.
Yeah, he tries to translate again. Apparently, there's some magic rod that can teleport or transport very large distances.
Very large what?
Uh, can teleport or transport very large distances.
I don't think I have a rod like that. A rod?
Yes, he said the word rod. I think that's in common. He goes back and forth between the two of them and makes sure his translation is correct.
Inia
I,
kind of nods along and says, yeah, that's the correct translation.
I pull out a rock, a arcanum piece, and I cast tongues. Now knowing a little bit more
Mhm.
about the meta information about the language, I try to cast ancient or old common into
Mhm.
tongues,
Mhm.
and like elven, I guess also.
Mhm.
And then I try to say to the guy in old common, "Hello, am I understandable?"
Well, you are.
Okay.
Finally managed to find the right spell, Mr. Wizard. Isn't that hard after all, isn't it?
I shake my head.
Do you have it?
You speak of a rod.
Yes.
I pull out
A rod
two.
of passage. That's what she called it.
I pull out my quarterstaff. Not this one, I presume. Do you know what it looks like?
I have seen it, yes. We have used it together.
I pull out my quarterstaff, so I assume it's not this one.
That's a quarterstaff, not a rod.
Staff
Do you
rod.
not know what a rod is?
I mean,
You're a
staff
wizard, right?
rod. It gets confused in translation, so I'm just making sure.
Well,
I put it-
it's
I put it
shorter, it's usually made out of iron.
a rod of charming. I presume it's not this one.
Do you pull all of your rods out or just one?
I do one at a time. First rod of charming.
No, not this one.
I put it down.
That one's fun though. She
I-
once we were surrounded by a horde of goblins, and she made some spooky things and then used the rod, and then they all were really chill. We had to get away quickly though. Goblins, annoying creatures sometimes.
I nod. I pull out the. I pull out Carl's rod.
What?
Carl's rod.
What's that?
The one that you cast a thing and then you can cast lightning bolts.
Oh yeah, this one.
You can use this to teleport.
I'm not a wizard, but that's the one she used to teleport. Yeah.
I scratch my head. I fairly sure that's not true.
I'm fairly sure it is true.
I studied that and refused it. I found a very distinct different property focused on casting different invocation magics. Fireballs, lightning bolts.
No.
It definitely wasn't any more of teleportation.
Have you tried using it?
I shake my head.
I have seen her use this thing to teleport us.
That is noted, but
I've seen her use this thing, and he points to your quarterstaff, to smack a goblin over his head and split it open.
have you seen her use this wand? And I hold the invocation wand to cast fireballs.
No?
Okay. Well, it seems that either your memory serves you incorrect or my understanding of the item is incongruent with reality, though I don't think I would have the ability to teleport you using this wand, regardless.
Hmm. Do you know teleport?
I do. I don't have it prepared though.
Something about this rod of passage is different. Like, for like normal teleport, you need to be sure that you know where you're going and things like this. That rod has a different teleport.
Okay. I nod. Well, in any case, I'm not able to help you with that.
You have the item. What's the problem?
I don't think operating rods or wands without knowing their effect is anyhow beneficial. I don't think you can produce the desired results necessarily.
Well, I guess my plan's out of the window then.
I'm sorry. I can create a steed though. You should be able to cover the distance that you'd normally teleport in a day. Here, I show him the map I made.
No, I wanted to go back east.
Oh,
Travel to the edge of the world. And find one of these pesky blues. And slay it.
the end of the world.
The edge of the world, yes.
I pull out the map that I've mapped out of the Eastern Kingdom. Can you show me where that is about?
He like points to the most east place that you have drawn and then goes further east and says, somewhere here. See,
Okay.
gigantic mountains.
I pull out
Nobody
another-
can scale them.
Have you tried?
Once
And
went to a group of storm giants. Not too fun.
I make markings of this on the map. Well, I'm afraid I couldn't help you with. Even if I did have the wand under control, I think that there's, as I mean, you've now hopefully noticed, the world is in quite a different state. I'd be. Well, I guess this isn't really a worry of yours, but I probably wouldn't use teleport magic to cross from the natural lands to this desert region of the east.
Well then,
I mean, the best I can do for you is conjure a horse. One better than any other, though. The same one you used yesterday.
can it walk over water?
I go check. I don't think so. No. It sadly cannot.
None of us understood this whole conversation,
No,
right?
I'm speaking a completely unintelligible language to you. Like, sometimes you have the feeling like this word makes sense, but yeah.
I pull out a map, or the map that I drew, and I show him the road. I think even if you could walk through water, this would be, assuming the orcs are still what you're going for. This is, and then realizing that he probably had some other plans. Well, I don't know. Most of my plans were designed around this idea of fighting orcs, but if you somehow want to make it to the east, I don't think I can help you. Maybe force your way through this gate.
I will fight these orcs. Always fun to fight orcs. I hope they have some of the big ones as well. That town that you directed me to, well, just tiny orcs. You squish them like flies, but you know, have you seen big orcs? They're aurochs. That's what I call them. Some weird mutated creature. I don't exactly know where they come from, but they're bigger, they're stronger, they are meaner. Much more fun to fight.
I show him the map I created. I'm not sure if I've seen orcs, but the main hideout of the orcs where their leaders reside is this area here that I've detailed. As you
Well.
can see, this path, which should be fast traveling with a horse, hopefully would take you less than a day.
I will. Well. I have one question to ask. One final request. He turns and looks at you, Oliver.
I'll look at him in the whatever I think his eye slit is. In his eye slit.
Yeah. I will die in these forests that are foreign to me. Glorious death, but still death. Far away from home. Here, he points at Oliver. Friend here must know what it means. If you can collect my body at some time, or whatever remains from it, and return it east. Bring me to the place that I was born, and bury me there. That would be very much appreciated.
Reuven translates word for word.
Reuven, you understand nothing.
Oh,
I pull out a map or I ruffle through and pull back to the map of the east and ask him if he can circle. Where do you think your home used to be?
It's a town of Heartland.
I give him I dip a quill in ink and I hand him the quill and I put the paper down on the keg to let him circle it.
Mm-hmm. I will make a circle on the east map and then explain to you like mostly where it is. He gives you a description. It is like he points to the river and then he says from here I just quickly grab you over to the east map, so kind of what they're talking about.
Yes.
Can you see me pointing?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so it's I can see you pointing.
He
Yeah.
points to like about here.
Oh, so it's
where
that
the-
town.
Oh no, this is where like the rivers. Where the river that goes east and the river that goes west. They meet here, and then he says, "There's a town here. It's called Krakow, and if you follow the river southwards, it splits again. And if you follow the southern arm of the river, you will come to the city of Heartland. It's a beautiful farming city, full in lush green lands."
And not. I'll make sure that no matter how long it takes, eventually someday your remains will be returned to their rightful place.
He makes like a circle, like about where he thinks the town is. Yeah. Wasn't too far away from my home when I got ambushed by this pesky brown dragon. Well, had I known I died, maybe I would have went there.
But not with not much really to say.
Well, I'm not a man of long goodbyes, so if there's nothing else, I will gladly accept the offer of the horse and then be on my way.
Quickly, there's a small request. Of course, you can decline. I'll get to casting the horse immediately if you wish. Can you tell me a little bit more about these dragons?
The brown dragons?
I'm not exactly sure what a dragon is. I mean, I've seen one.
Oh, big scaly lizard with wings, spits fire, sometimes lightning, sometimes acid.
Are they common in your land?
I mean, yeah, kind of.
There's a
Edge of the World, always a big place for dragons. There was, in Osobak, this fortified city was built to get rid of one of the pesky blues that was terrorizing the east side of the kingdom. There's good dragons as well.
there's a book that I found titled "Dragons, Destroyers, or Gods." Or what is their relationship to? Do you know of any relationship they have with the deities?
That guy that wrote that book is kind of a crazy dude. At least everybody thinks he is.
And okay.
We don't know if he's correct or not. The dragons seem to not want to answer the question.
Surely, if you've slain them, they can't be gods.
Maybe they get reborn in a new body. It's hard to get rid of them. We never managed to.
I nod. I look at the map again. Do you know where the pillars of creation are?
He turns and looks eastwards over the lake and points.
I place my finger on where that seems to be on my map, and I look at him here.
It's there. You can see it from here.
have you ever visited?
There's no way up. And it's a dangerous place.
What about magical flight?
As I said, it is a dangerous place. I don't know anyone who tried to climb to the top. It's also kind of forbidden, you know. I'm not even sure if you could survive up there.
I kind of smile at that.
There was a golden dragon that lived there.
So I've read.
Might be able to answer your questions, but other than this, maybe she still lives there.
Well, then I have to reach her before she could answer my questions.
Charming dude, you know, maybe.
I smile.
Well,
I won't bother you with further questions. I thank you for your patience and appreciate your understanding.
thank you for honoring my wishes.
I go to cast Phantom Steed. A tear rolls down my cheek as I do my dances.
As Osmar's doing his pony dance, Car like turns around and stares at you intently, Oliver.
I'll look at him again.
Doesn't say anything, it just looks at you. For like solid 30 seconds or so. Then gives you a slow nod.
All right. I'll nod back. Not entirely sure what I'm agreeing to, but
Well, he seems satisfied as you nod back. Time passes as Osmar continues doing what he's doing, summons the Phantom Steed.
Yeah.
Phantom Steeds are silent, they don't. Unless you're doing the noise.
I do the noise.
Alright.
I'm just looking.
It's part of the pony dance, you say. Alright.
you
Yeah,
end
the
it with
final-
a
Yeah, the final verbal
Final
component.
syllable, let's say. Right. Yeah, you summon the Phantom Steed, and Car nods, speaks in a goodbye in Elven.
Goodbye said back, at least by Ruben.
Yeah.
Nia like gives a tiny nod. She climbs up on the Phantom Steed and rides away.
that's it, huh?
Seeing the tear on Uzmar's face, Reuben will go behind him and give him a hug.
I nod.
Time comes for us all.
That it does. Doesn't mean we can't be sad about it.
Thank you for reconsidering.
Thank my goddess for the wise advice.
She like gives you a half bow.
Mm-hmm.
I look to Oliver. Eventually, maybe not now, but at some time. I assume you're okay with this, but we'll have to retrieve his remains
I
and
nod.
take him to where he was born.
That is a fair thing to do.
A final wish from a man that gave us insight on what used to be.
Mm-hmm. I am fine with that. We're gonna be going east anyway sometime soon.
I know.
I doubt the next trip is gonna be our last.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess as I don't know how much time we have left, but shall we get? I don't know if we want to stay out here in the rain all day.
Mm. I put my hands in my pockets. I think.
Well, I was busy dealing with something down near Lakeside when I got pulled away. If you need some time to decide whether or not we should go and destroy the book, I can return there and meet you back here in a few days. Or shall we find a solution now?
We can. We'll meet once more. I don't think I'm ready to decide right now on what course of action. I need a moment to process what's happened.
You know where to find me.
I always do.
She gives you a heartless smile. Oliver, Reuben,
Yeah.
it was nice to meet you again.
Mm-hmm. I nod.
My duty calls.
Mm-hmm.
She goes around the tree, grabs her horse, and rides south.
We wave her off.
Yeah.
Once again, a weirdly unsatisfying visit by a weird half-elven woman.
Oh, that was not a fun day. Say the group.
And
Indeed.
You know, now that she's gone and your emotions return to normal, how do you feel? Just sent a man to die.
I got a weird mixed bag of all emotions. It was pretty. I don't know. It was weird because I was excited to cast Wish because that's a cool thing to do. But then, I know that it takes a pretty heavy toll, so not having to do it is kind of a shame, but also kind of a relief. Uh, Having all this God stuff is kind of weird. I feel kind of important, but maybe a little bit bothered by what feels like responsibilities. Uh, feel a little bit stressed about the fact that Nier could. It seems that Nier could just like turn on us if that's how the die rolls, and I am not at all inclined on casting Wish just to get rid of some book. But I'm
Some
not
book whose purpose you still don't know.
But I don't want. Yeah, I just bad stuff. I'm pretty happy with how the party managed through everything. I'm happy with my own decisions. I'm happy about Reuben's comforting words. I'm happy about Oliver's uh, stern. What's it called? He's like a supporting pillar, strongness. So I'm really happy about how everyone performed, and I'm confident about future problems that we might encounter.
I would say Reuben's somber and slightly sad at the eventual death of this guy, but ultimately he wasn't a close person to us. He wasn't a friend even. So we didn't have a debt or a need to save him. Though Reuben does slightly feel weird that as he translates the I dream beforehand to like a warning from this death god or whatever, who near follows, and he's kind of split on. We probably shouldn't mess with these really powerful gods. At the same time, he kind of feels like he's a bit of a wuss now because he feels like he was threatened and took a step back because of it.
Reuven, that's one more weird thing that Reuven definitely noticed. You never had any interaction with the gods before. And you don't really know, about elven interactions with the deities. That's, even more weird than they existing to begin with. You always have, this bond with nature. That's, kind of the elven thing. Do you know how your magic works? And then you have the same dream as your human colleagues. Even Kitty maybe has had a similar interaction with her dreams.
Yeah, he's kind of weirded out by that.
It's not a normal level weird for you. For you, it's super weird. For everybody else, it might be normal level weird.
Yeah, he's a bit. He's been hiding it, but a careful check would be able to see he's a bit out of his skin at the moment.
What do you think about Reuven wanting to become this leader of some type, making tough decisions, and here comes a tough decision your way, and you do nothing.
I do nothing exactly. Yeah. I think Reuven has. Well, that's him being a leader. Ultimately, isn't quite why he came here, or you could say it was why, but who was the one that pushed that might not have been Reuven, right? That ultimately it was for at least for Reuven's perspective, a slight excuse of sorts, and it's still something he is very much at odds with at the moment. Cannot quite, has not really faced that reality yet, and feels that it's burning in his heels. He's going to face it sometime, but at the moment, Reuven has more or less decided to ignore it. Has decided that this is human drama. I'm an elf. I'm not dealing with it.
Is that deep down? Is that just an excuse?
Deep down, he does want to show. He wants to show his friends, his companions. He wants to show his parents, the elders, other peers, that he too can be. He's not a weak, useless loser. And he does deserve his name. That's there, very much in his core. But it's still not quite unearthed. As, yeah, that's something quite deep within that. Just thinking about those emotions is quite rough for him. And it's very much something he has shoveled to the depths of his mind. The reality and correct cause on why he's here and why he's doing things here. Yeah.
Brings us to the last member of our party, Oliver. You have been given a, to you, kind of sacred task.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you quite know it yet. But there was a very strong intent at how Carr was staring at you. Twice in the last interaction with him.
Mm-hmm.
Once while talking with Osmar in a language you didn't understand, and then once afterwards.
Yeah. I don't think I don't think he's I think he doesn't really entirely understand the significance of it, but like he'll respect his wishes.
Mm-hmm.
It's the least he could do.
Has anyone translated to you how he addressed you that one time?
I wrote it down, but I don't know if anyone called it. Everyone told me.
I don't.
I think that had been Ruben's decision. That was the thing was when Ruben was talking to him.
I'm unsure if Reuven caught that because me as a player, I missed that completely, or I
Oh,
forgot
I caught
a
it.
week and a
Yeah.
half.
Okay. Well,
But Reuven very much might have missed it.
hmm. A warrior going his way, finding glory in fighting for glory, kind of accidentally defending your home. Does this have a meaning to you?
To an extent, it does, but it's not what he would have preferred out of it. I mean, it's a nice like the end result is still nice for him, but it sort of feels bad for Car in the end a little bit.
Hmm.
Like he could have done this while he's alive too, rather than it being his last hurrah.
Hmm.
But nothing he can do about it without his he reaps what he sows, I guess, to an extent.
Hmm.
Can't
Are
can't
you
upset the natural balance.
are you like happy with your deity's answer to your question? Are you disappointed and
Sort of
not?
like somber, kind of like I don't. It sort of feels like he doesn't understand everything that's going on, so he doesn't really have a full opinion on it. But it's sort of like, man, wish there was more that could happen. But it's like he also doesn't know the whole picture of how what Carr did and the curse he put upon himself.
Is this a thought that will stick with you, or is this just a on the moment thought?
I think it'll stick for a little while, at least until like we get rid of it, unless like until like Carr's like until we're completely done with Carr's journey. Like we bury him in his homeland and that sort of stuff. It'll probably stick with him for a little while
Okay.
until it's like he's like until like our business with him is long and gone or long gone. I mean, he's not completely doubting his deity at all, just because he did follow through with her wishes. At least that's what how he perceived her wishes to be.
Okay. It is a late afternoon. You're standing outside in the rain. Everybody kind of caught with his own emotions. Was a short period of time, technically speaking. Like 36 hours ago, you casted Stone to Flesh. And now you said goodbye to a random person you have awoken from God knows when.
Yeah. I'll look to the rest of the party and be like, so what now? Shall we start preparing to head east?
I think that's probably the right thing to do.
Are we leaving today?
We need to get supplies and everything, but we can start heading out soon, I believe.
There's a spell I would like to learn if you would give me a week or two.
Reuven touches. You go first.
I think that's fine. We have I think thanks to Zakar, we shouldn't have to worry about the orcs on the east anymore.
Reuven touches one of his pockets. I believe I had the order of one of these metal workers in this city to make a big canister of metal for me, which I think will take also 2 weeks or something. So if we wait for that, we have time, Usman.
Or not.
And not as well.
Maybe it should be best that we double check all of our inventory.
Yes, fill up on rations and water.
Yeah,
I think we're gonna be staying out for quite a while next time.
We could buy even more, but I do have 340 rations.
I need to go to the bathroom, BRB.
Actually,
Let's just see how
I didn't
many.
talk as well. Can we break now?
Yeah, let's take a 5 minute
sure.
break. Rip!
Welcome back. Ready to do accounting and dragons now. Sure, we're done with all that boring shit.
Yeah, no more fucking role playing, just numbers
that
and
shit.
spreadsheets.
Yeah,
I'm
spreadsheets.
back
go.
as well. Hello.
Hey,
Hello. We were talking about how we're just supposed to start the fun stuff, the spreadsheets.
that's why we're playing this game, right?
True.
Absolutely.
Yeah, let's so I think how long do we want to? I guess like depending. We need to probably like prepare enough stuff to stay out there for a while.
We don't want the same thing to happen as before, right? Where
we ran it up to it right at the very end,
yeah,
or like how we were like, oh, we were literally reliant on smog and golems to like sustain us for food.
we want to be comfortable. If we need to, if we really need to, we should be able to like hunker down for months.
Yeah, the thing is we have 2 portable holes now, so we can't afford to just get a bunch of water and a bunch of food, like dry rations and like I feel like.
Yeah. What are we taking with us in the terms of magic items and stuff?
I think we're taking literally like everything.
Okay.
Because I don't see a reason not to take everything.
Are we taking all the money as well, or
Do we have a place we can put the money? Because I still have the accounting for how much coins we had. We had a lot of coins. We scroll up in our private chat. I wrote it down in there somewhere. Yeah, that's so that's how much money you guys have to split you between the two, and I still have. So we have like 500 pounds of coins, like total.
I was just thinking for like for items, it seems like they don't take too much. Like area, right? It shouldn't. It's just weapons and maybe like 1 or 2 armors.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not taking any more armor, so
I probably have my leather armor in somewhere. One
okay,
of
it's probably in
the
the portable hole.
yeah.
Or not the portable hole, the bag of holding. Or it might be in the portable hole. I'll have to get with these more when he comes back, but yeah. I am I'm comfortable carrying what I have on me because I can still grab the shit out of the portable hole that I have when it stops raining. It had some I put like all like the pickaxes and hemp rope and crowbars and that sort of stuff in there because we haven't used it for a while, so I just didn't want to have it on my person.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just have your arrows and mostly your stuff on me for now.
Oh, should I? I might actually. Yeah, I think I'll also need to recheck on my arrows. That's,
Oh, true. I need to buy a bunch of arrows.
yeah,
Not a bad idea. Get some more silver arrows since we're gonna be fighting undead again.
yeah. I think I still already have like some normal arrows, so I don't think I need that many new. I just need as many silver arrows as I can, I guess. Or I guess I already have the number somewhere, DM, on how many arrows I could get in Barrios,
Mm-hmm.
but I'll need to recheck those. I'll ask you if those are correct.
It's like 30 a day or something like that.
Ooh, I only have how much they would cost.
How much would they cost?
The arrows, yeah. So good arrows are 1.3 the cost. Silver
Yeah.
arrows would be good silver arrows would be 1.5, 1.3 GP per arrowhead, I guess, per arrow.
Yeah, I think it was like you can get 10 good arrows per blacksmith that you can get to work for you.
Per day.
Yeah,
Okay.
they usually make like 20 arrows a day, and since you only can use half of them, or
Yeah,
you want to
totally
use
makes
half of them, you could use all of them.
Very true.
All right, so you can calculate how many arrows you want. I can subtract it from some money somewhere.
Yeah. I guess we can calculate it on how many days we'll stay in here.
I think we're saying at least a week.
It
TM,
is
do you have...
13 days until the top is finished.
Great, okay.
Wait,
So
can
at
I
least that
quickly
long.
roll for my spell? If I don't forget.
What spell?
Cloud kill.
Cloud kill.
I'm pretty sure it was in the book. I can double
Yeah, I
check.
think I remember that being in the wizard, the Sepia's book.
I can double check.
Or
Yeah, it
Spila,
is.
Spila, not Sepia.
Yeah.
List, yeah.
The snake sigil person. That's what I was thinking of.
Oh, or did I learn Passwall already? I didn't. Is Passwall better?
Then what?
Up to you.
Than Cloud Kill?
Hmm.
No shot.
Odd kill's really good against active living enemies.
I'm pretty sure you don't need to be living for Cloud Kill. I think that's why I thought it was good.
Oh, you do not? I just assumed you did because it was poison.
Let's check.
I could be mistaken.
Any creature.
Oh, that's really good.
Yeah. Cause it's not like, it doesn't like affect your breath. It's like so toxic that just it's like acid. Yeah. I think
Oh
I'm
yeah,
going
so like
for
low
Cloud
hit die creatures just die. Yeah, it's really good.
but that's also true for like Fireball.
Yeah, but this is no roll involved, but it just kills him instantly.
Yeah, I think the same thing is for Fireball. I don't think a 4 hit dice creature survives a fireball cast by me.
4 hit die creatures are ogres, though.
Yeah, and fireball is 96.
That's fair. I mean, it makes it seem. I mean, if you have no spots in 5th level you want, it's really good. It's
I
always
think,
sustained
yeah.
itself as well.
Probably be good if we were to fight against the ant hordes. I wanted
Yeah,
to
it'd be-
storm one of their layers.
Yeah, we could just like have them run into the poison because they're dumb.
Mm-hmm. How
As
do
well
you
as you
say
can sustain
AoE?
it as well.
40x 20x 20. The range is really short. I did not consider that. The range is really bad on this spell.
It's literally in melee. It's pretty much in melee. 10
30
yards.
feet.
On Cloudkill?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Cloud kills a 10-yard range, 30 feet.
But doesn't it like start near you and then it goes?
Yeah, it
10
moves
feet
away.
per
Yeah,
round, but it's not gonna. Anything that wants to avoid it can avoid it.
yeah. You have to,
Yeah.
you have to like trap it. You have to like keep them trapped or something like that if you want to actually use it. It's not a bad spell. It's just it's one of those spells where like you get most of its effect immediately, and then you get anything else is just gravy.
Yeah, but I was trying to consider what would be a good situation to use this, and I can't conceive of a situation where this is actually better than Fireball.
If you are in an enclosed quarter and there's many bad things in the cellar and you don't know how big the cellar is, you can just throw a cloud kill down there and see what dies.
Or if there's a bunch of spiders around us and you don't know the exact area of like the room.
I feel like in both of those cases, Fireball does the trick just fine.
Well, yeah, against.
Yeah, I'm not getting this wrong. It's not a bad. It's pretty much it's a situational spell for sure, but it's still pretty good, I think.
I mean, it still has a
Oh,
up to 6 hit die auto kill if they fail.
yeah, I guess that's true. I'll roll for it. Just because it's an evil spell and it makes me feel powerful. It's an ego roll.
You finally want to have an aura.
Like, but Cloudkill isn't inherently evil, right?
No, nothing
Yeah.
is inherently evil.
I'm pretty sure Magic Jar is inherently evil. Doesn't it say?
It might
Well,
just say I think it might just
I
say
think
it's
the
used
jar
by
is
evil
evil
creatures.
or something, but well.
No, I think Magic Jar, like casting the spell. Wait. Evil. But does it not say it in the spell? Is it
I'm looking at it.
is it reanimate dead?
It might be like protection from evil.
What is the raise dead spell called?
There's animate dead, raise
Yeah,
dead, and resurrection.
Animate dead. Is this one the one that's inherently evil?
I think the animate dead is
I can't.
It's like only used, but it says it's like only consistently used by like evil priests or something like that.
The
The
casting
casting
of the
spell is not a good act. That only evil wizards use it frequently.
Yeah. I think it's the same thing with priests as well.
Okay,
which is
I'm
like
going
only
for
evil
Cloud Kill. I don't care. 5d2. Wait. What is this purple spell that I have here? Summon Shadow. What does that do? Is that a Koibu spell? No. Is that in the book, or is that just something that I have?
Oh, I don't see it in the book now.
Just one of the things that I. One shadow for every 3 levels of experience yet. Oh yeah, I think I saw this creature was fucking busted. But it's fine. I don't have access to it. Cloud Kill, 5d2, 7 days.
Which city do you do this in?
I do it in the first 7 days.
And roll for success.
80 or lower. Yes.
Yes.
And I can just keep it in the book so I don't need to waste pages. Acquired at level 9. Wait, is it 5 casting time? I'm just gonna guess. Does it have components? Oh yeah, the other thing that I wanted to consider. Hang on. Cloud. Verbal somatic. No material components. Yeah. No, I think. Never mind. Yep, I think this is fine. But I have more time, right?
A few more days, yeah.
What do you mean a few more days?
Is there anything the rest of the party wants to do during this time? Is that just shopping and chilling?
I think it's just shopping and John.
All right. Cool.
For
For now,
Reuben has a couple of training things he wants to try out. One is, I think this will just constitute as normal training for now, but while he's probably staying in Barrios, going outside into the Sun Woods, he wants to first familiarize himself with the ring of blinking more. He wants to get used to being blinking while in combat, while shooting. Not for any mechanical bonuses, but more so when he blinks, he'll be at least aware of hopefully where he is. No, yeah, but I hope you get what I mean.
Well, you can learn that you can delay your initiative until after blinking, so you don't lose misfire.
Okay, that's great. Yeah, he will absolutely take that. And second thing he wanted to try out was we had some extra just magic items laying around. A fun thought he had was, how does Kitty work with magic items? If I were to give her a ring of spell jumping, ring of jumping, can she jump real high? How would that work?
Kitty does not have the necessary intelligence to understand how to use magic items.
Okay.
Oh, roasted.
Well, maybe one day. Maybe one day.
No.
So yeah,
Kitty's an orange cat.
So yeah, he plays with Kitty sometime and then plays with the ring of blinking. Probably thinking of some stuff, but yeah.
Oliver,
Yes.
on the 4th day of your downtime here, you feel a how do you describe this feeling that comes over you? It's like this slight sadness filled with purpose. That makes
Okay.
any sense to you?
A little bit. I think so. I think I get it. Guessing that's the sign that Car's dead.
You make the guesses you want to make.
That's the guess he's making.
Yep.
Oh, and for the arrows, DM, how many blacksmiths can I get in Barrios to work for me, like for 10 days?
You can get like 3 people working for you. That's not a problem. There's
Okay.
like Fletchers here as well. Like there's like a military guild wing. There's some smiths that you can pay. Like you're paying good money, so
Yeah. So I'll
living in
stay
a capitalist society.
Money talks. I'll stay here for the even number 10 days. So that's 300 arrows altogether. This is going to be straight silver, the D6 arrows. The others I'm good with.
Who's paying for them?
It's going to be from one of the holes of holding with money in it. He'll just go and
You're just
ask.
going take random money.
How much money are you taking?
390. He'll
All right, let
probably
me
do
just.
some extra, so you can mark off 400.
All right, let me just repost it and just subtract 400 gold. There we go. We have this much money left over in the hole now. That's your guys' share.
Okay, yeah.
Posted it. So we have 8,400 gold and like 3,000 platinum and like 50,000 silver.
Uh,
Osma, more spell learning.
thematically, since Cloud Kill,
Oh, also before we go to spell learning, do you return the glasses to
oh yeah,
Septima?
yeah, I do.
Okay.
Oh, and since the near thing agreed to meet in 2 days, when I go return the glasses, I tell Septima if if uh if near or I come asking for the glasses with near, please decline. Uh, she wants to use a scroll on something that I don't think is smart.
I'll consider.
Please decline.
Well,
I give her a gracious bow.
should I also decline if you say, I know I've told you to decline before, but now I don't want you to decline anymore?
No, in that case, you should heed. You should think that my desire for it is genuine.
You're digging yourself holes, you know that, right?
What do you mean?
You're setting yourself up to have to lie to people.
Okay, it's fine. Whatever. Do whatever you want. I'll just tell her that I'm not okay with the plan then.
That's the spirit.
You make my life unnecessarily hard.
You make your life unnecessarily easy.
I shake my head at her.
Anything
toss
else
the
you need
copper
from
coin.
her?
Nope. I leave. I toss her a copper coin.
A copper coin?
No, I toss her a silver coin. Just in case so that there's no wrong implication.
Oh, there was a meme getting created right here. What was you? Okay.
And more importantly, now that I'm studying Cloud Killed, so that's banned, right? From guild selling stuff.
Oh yeah, you can't easily buy it, yeah.
The spell of death. I will go every single night during my Cloud Kill study. I'll go pray in Wiglaf Circle. And I'll basically just share the invocation theory I've learned while reading the spell, and then I pray for clear thoughts the next day so that I can continue on learning.
You're
But
not
I think
sure if
this-
something happens. But
I think this god likes me. Now that I succeed on the spell,
Yeah.
must be the case.
must be, yeah.
Yeah,
Do you try to learn a second spell, or
I unironically think that at this point I should go back and learn continual life. I feel like there might become a situation where I feel like we were almost in that situation last time where it would have been handy to have. We have ultra visions and stuff, but you'd never know. Sometimes
I'll-
it's handy to just be able to create some continual light stones out. Or should we just?
Oliver. Oh, sorry. No,
No, you
sorry.
go.
It's like Oliver would ask you during like once you get done studying your first spell if you could try to scry on Car.
Oh, yeah, I'll prepare magic mirror the next day.
Okay.
And
What do you scry on?
his sword, and not sword, what is it called? Mace.
Gamble.
Hammer, gavel. Yeah.
Yeah. It is standing head first on the ground next to a body that is lying on the ground.
Is it a dude?
You can see like it is clothed in blood-soaked clothes. You see the person is lying face first on the ground, black hair with gray streaks. It's a very tall person.
No armor on him?
No?
Okay. Maybe it disappeared after the curse ended. Nir did say that he put armor on. That's his choice. So. Yeah, I'll tell Oliver the next time we meet that. At least he's not carrying his weapon, so I presume he's dead.
Mm. I mean, you'll collect his body then, and then go east then. I think
Mm-hmm.
shouldn't be too hard to find that.
I nod.
Yeah.
4 days, I don't know how many orcs he managed to kill. Might be troublesome to go retrieve the body, but of course we should do it. But just mentally prepare for something that might not be as easy as you want.
I nod. An agreement, yes, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Alright. Do you try to learn continual light?
Do I? I think so. Yeah.
Do you have a slot for continual light left?
Oh, wait. Yeah. It's my
Second
last
level, right?
It's my last second level spell that I can learn.
Oh shit, it's perfect. The gods ordained it.
2d2. It's a really hard spell for me.
Yeah.
I'm -6% or something. Yeah, thank God. If that was not a transmutation spell.
Super hard to learn.
And then yeah, I just add the notes into the compendium. Add some footnotes.
Alright.
And I started level 9.
And then there's 2 days left.
Throughout these days, I think I want to buy a little bit more rations, just in case. So that just so we don't need to ever worry about it.
Which
So
water do we have?
not that much, but there's the oases that we can refill at, so I'm not too worried. Yep, 2 kegs. Ration drop. No, I just want to buy like an extra 200. So 300 times 60 copper is 1. And 1 copper is, I mean, 1 gold is 100 copper, right?
Yes.
Mhm.
That's the conversion. So 120 gold. How much is that? That is 3. Oh, not. That is for 200 rations. Okay, now we're not gonna starve ever. We don't even need to worry about it.
Oh, nice.
Never, ever, ever have to worry about it.
Osma, how many spells do you know?
5 million. Level 1 spells, I know 18. Level 2 spells, I know 18. Level 3 spells, I know 17. Level 4 spells, I know. What? I know 17 level 4 spells?
Oh shit.
I guess I do. I know a lot of level 4 spells. And then I know 5 level 5 spells.
Okay. So 75.
I don't know. I didn't count.
Oh, I did.
75.
25's a nice round number.
Yeah.
But,
Nice round number.
yeah, maybe,
It's literally not a round number. Alright.
Multiple of 5.
Oh, yeah.
It's a multiple of one of the early primes. It has one of the early primes in its factorization.
2, technically.
Mm-hmm.
4. Isn't it 3 times 5 times... No,
There's
3 times 5 times 5.
definitely-
No. Oh. Yeah, 3. 3 times 5 times 5. Well.
Yeah.
Alright. You finish your shopping. Are you done with your shopping? Anything need to be shopped?
Looking at spell components just in case. I lost one ziggurat right there. We got the 9. Actually, this should probably be done 8. Okay, just look there.
we have all the stuff we read the first time we went the Easter egg. We have all the like ropes, chains, or bags, all that shit, just in case.
Oil and
I think you threw
acid.
away the chains at some point.
Oh, yeah,
We did throw away the chain at some point. We did.
10-foot poles.
We have that.
That
That's
guy
on the
is
back
no
also.
longer in portable hole. Fuck! I'm looking at my portable hole now, and I just realized that I should have asked the guy about the Arcanum swords. Well, there's also a beholder rock.
All right, there's the Beholder Rock.
Oh well, that's too late for that. Speak with Dad.
Yeah.
Stone skin components.
Do we need more than 18 castings?
I don't know. I feel like we're gonna be finding a lot of like little shitters that might plop us down.
Okay,
I just think we have a potential to fight a bunch of like the whites. I think they were.
okay. How many stones can I buy? 10 more stones and castings.
Sure.
So that's 500 gold. So I'm just gonna subtract it off the thing here. Put it in private. And minus 500 makes this 9. Then 10 more diamond dust. Oh. During this time, at some point, I will ask Oliver if I could borrow him for a moment
Yeah, sure.
during one of the times that we meet, and I want to bring him into my room. I'll pay the gold so the guy doesn't bother us, and I'll pull out the white tome that we found, and I'll say, or I'll pull out both of the tomes, and I say, these were the books that were in the wizard's lair, or these were some of the books. They were in the like safe area.
with the light puzzle in front of it. This one, I point to the white tome, radiates a good aura, and this one, I point to that brown tome, radiates a evil aura. I have not inspected them too closely. I'm not sure of the exact effects they'll have. I give a shrug. I really don't know. I'd like to find information about them before I find information from them, as they're strong magical items. So I just wanted to make you aware of these,
Mm.
since these kind of books have caused previous drama. I want to make sure there's no
I nod.
uncertainty here.
Do you want me to see if they're like how evil they are, or how evil the evil one is?
I think I managed that fairly well,
I nod.
but if you wish to look, you can give it your best shot.
I'll do it. I'll detect evil in the books.
Nothing. They're just books.
Nothing on either of them. Like, huh? Nothing strong. Nothing. No evil intent from the books. At least they're just books to me. I say to Usmar.
And not, I presume books probably don't have very strong intent. There's a magic aura around them, which is undeniable.
Mm.
Though I don't know how much I can say for the certainty of the strength of the alignment. The strength of the magic is great, however.
I understand. I think I understand.
I kind of give Oliver a quizzical look. I take a step towards the white book that I claim to be good, and I kind of push my thumb into the cover as if to open the book, and I turn towards Oliver once more to get like a affirming or affirmation.
I nod.
I open up the good book
Mhm.
and I look at the front page.
It is written in a language you do not understand.
I pull out an
But
arcane.
okay, do you flip pages or do you just look at the first page?
What does the first page have? Does it have images?
No, it's like
Writing?
it seems to be like a first page. It's like has some writing on it. It's spaced over the first page. Looks like
Is it? Sorry.
should be like the title of the book or something, like description of what the book is. Seems like a title page.
I'll flip through the first 10 pages. Is there like a table of contents or
No,
any
there's
images?
no table of contents, but as you flip through the first few pages, you quickly realize that in between the text, there's always like things that are clearly written in magic script.
Okay. I flip down back to the first page without casting it on an arcana piece. I'll cast comprehend language. And I'll read the title.
Yeah. Let's see if we have a distinct title here that we need to look at. No.
Oh, also, while I was buying Diamond Dust, I also buy the same amount Black Gate. Actually, I probably don't need that, but I do it anyway. No, I don't buy that many. I buy 5. Okay.
Okay. The title of the book reads Tome of Wizards. The Secrets of the Silver Magic.
I translate that to Oliver. And
Secrets of the Silver.
I haven't heard of silver magic before, right? I mean, I know silver is used as a spell component, but
Nah, it doesn't really say too much to you.
okay. And then I close the cover or close the book and go towards the brown book to read the title of that one as well.
Yeah. It, interestingly enough, also states Tome of Wizards, and then says the secrets of damnation.
Damnation. I translate that to Oliver as well. And say, obviously handling books like this is a little bit scary because you never know what kind of magic they possess. But if this book contains any information with regard to what's happened in East, I mean, it seems pretty damned, so maybe the book's contents are applicable. I feel like reading this is definitely an idea. I'm not sure if I want to do that yet.
The book itself isn't evil, so I think it's fine. It doesn't radiate any evil for me. My goddess didn't say anything wrong about it.
I nod.
It can be used.
I nod. Okay, just wanted to make sure that we wouldn't fall apart on this.
I nod.
Thank you for joining me here. I appreciate the time.
I nod in agreement. Thank you for asking me.
That's that.
Yeah.
Is anyone interested in gathering like news or anything in this time?
I'd probably do it passively since we've got like not really have much else to do. Probably not like a lot of it, but like probably like once a day if you go down to the tavern or like hear what's going on.
Are you
while
staying in the
shop
military
around.
district, right?
Yeah.
No. In the military district, there's like some weird talk about the fact that randomly one day a scouting mission was sent to Northside to see what's going on there, just to find out that there's just a bunch of corpses lying around. Nobody really knows what happened there.
Okay.
And then, like a few days later, reports come in that Lansington and Merrick have reported that for the last like 3 days or so, not a single orc has been sighted, which is weird because they had like constant sightings of orcs.
I see.
But not much more gets talked about.
Okay. So just like no, basically the orcs are acting weird again. Pretty much is how everyone's thinking of it.
What? Yeah.
Yeah, just weird orcs and a bunch of corpses in a village. So from orcs, they're orcs. Who cares about them?
Yeah.
I guess it's just like only us on the inside know what's going on.
Yeah.
On the
True.
know.
Only the chosen know what's going on. Alrighty. We are skipping to the last week of February. It is a Wednesday.
Big
My
significant
dudes.
big significant thing that's also happening.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how easy this is to do in Barrios, but I would like to be collecting wood into my portable hole. I probably need to pay someone to do this. I don't know if how much wood I can buy here or what's the chopping services is here. I presume not everything gets imported from Low Bay. Or if they do, I can buy stuff imported from Low Bay, hopefully. I would like
Getting wood from low bay would be specifically buying low bay wood.
Okay, so I just get any wood.
Mm-hmm.
My intention is to fill my portable hole pretty significantly, and then make it once we make it to the wizard layer. I can try to fabricate. What are they called? Shelves.
Shelves.
Yeah, shelves.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
Or did I cut out?
Yeah, that works. I was thinking about something completely different, and I was confused by the word, but yeah.
That was
Yeah.
noise suppression though.
Yeah.
How much
you-
gold? How much stuff?
Uh,
How many pounds of wood in a shelf? Shelf load? No, I don't care about load. Dude, I don't wanna.
I mean, you need like what is this, like 30 times 2 times 30 times 200 times 2.
30 times 200 is 12,000.
Wait, what are these
Yeah.
numbers?
Times 5.
What are these numbers? What is 30 times 200?
Square cubic centimeters.
60,000.
Times 3.
So 180. Okay. 180,000.
Okay. And now we need to transfer this to feet. Do we? No, we don't.
You don't have to.
So this is 180,000 cubic centimeters of wood that we need to build like 3 shelves for 20, 40, 60, 180 books.
Okay. That's good for me, as long as the wood fits in my shit and it doesn't cost over 30,000 platinum. 30,000
no,
gold.
no, that's like 3 pieces of tree. You can just buy like 3 cuts, like 3 large cuts of a tree, and put it in the portable hole. Probably needs like the same space as the stone statue needed before, so easy cheesy.
Nice.
I buy like 2 extra cuts just in case.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, marking it down as a bunch of wood.
Yeah, it's gonna cost you like 100 gold.
Yeah.
Just go with an easy round number. Probably way more expensive than it should be, but do you really
You
care?
got some good imported wood.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
You
Yeah,
don't
we got
know how
some
much wood costs, so you just buy it and like somebody gives you a price and like, well,
We got some
happy
good wood
holidays,
from
you
Hatan
know.
Island. We got some good wood from Hatan Island.
It's that meme of how much could a banana cost?
Yeah. 10
Oh god, I forgot
bucks?
about that.
I don't know.
And any cost that's below 1,000 gold is just some minor error that is ignored in
Yeah.
calculations.
Yeah, rounding errors, you know, happens.
True.
Somebody put 1 0 more than it should have, but it's
Who
fine.
cares?
All right. Yeah.
Insignificant in the asymptotic.
Yeah. That is true. Well, you have your wood, you have your food, you have your water, you have your bathtub.
Or we can put that one in my hole, I think. Because that one
Okay,
my hole
we'll
didn't have much in it.
We'll put the bathtub in the coin hole.
Yeah. It's covering the coins.
You can bathe in the coins. Just shovel coins and bathe in there.
Yeah. All right. And I think you're good to go.
I think we're gonna start heading to Fort Bream.
I'm so worried that we're
I don't-
forgetting something.
Are we going to Port Bream?
Are we going to
I
get the body first?
Oh, it's true. I forgot the body. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we need the
Yeah,
body
let's take
first.
care of the body first thing.
Yeah, I know. You're right. I thought we were missing something.
And honestly, from there, we don't even have to come back. We could just jump over the
The wall.
wall.
It's true. Yeah, so we can. Yeah, that's a good way to go about it. Yeah, so we can just locate object or something like that and find the hammer and find his body.
Ooh, that's good, but look at object has like mini range.
Oh, it's super
Okay.
short range.
Yeah. I'll yeah, I think it's pretty short. 20 yards per level, so at mine it's 180 yards.
200 yards.
But while we're still chilling, I probably have at least 4 days. I probably don't do this while learning Cloud Kill, but after that I have like 4 days. So I will basically use all my resources to just try to scry on this thing.
Mm-hmm.
I try to magic mirror it and I try to get like a higher. Actually, I just go have magic mirror and project self,
Mm-hmm.
and then I try to look around, and then we'll see where we go from there. Probably
Yeah.
clairvoyance over that.
As you project self and clairvoyance, you can see not too far away, like 250 feet or so away, is a not barricade, what is it called? A palisade wall.
Palisade wall.
It's gonna be near one of the orc camps then.
Yep, I try to look around.
Yeah, in the forest somewhere.
Do I see any sea?
No.
How long is the palisade wall?
You like have only like a between a few trees you can see the palisade wall. It's hard to say how long it is since you kind of can't walk around too much.
How far away is it from me?
250 feet.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, I think this might actually be enough since we know the general location. Then locate object actually might be good enough. Yeah, I cancel that. Then the next day, I'll try to scry on the armor rather than the weapon.
Yeah, you scry on the armor. It's lying there on the ground. The ground is natural rock.
Natural rock. Okay.
Yeah,
project-
and you notice that you can only see like a very small area around the armor.
small area around the armor.
Yeah, it's probably pitch black where the armor is.
Okay. I try to project self through.
Yeah. You're standing in darkness.
Can I see the ground?
Nope.
Does it feel like magical darkness or normal darkness?
Pitch black. Could be magical darkness. Yeah, no, you can't tell the difference. It is completely black.
Okay. Then the next day, I'll try the same thing, but with infravision cast on me.
You are in a cave. The armor is lying on the ground, on the floor of the cave. Cave is like seems to be a natural cave. You can see like a path leading away from the armor.
Anything else? Is there any structures?
No.
How deep is the cave? Does it go beyond my vision?
You can like it is a not a straight path, so you can see like there's not even straight ground. This is a rocky ground. Seems to be a natural cave, and it makes a bend after like 20 feet or so. So can't see what's behind the bend.
Okay. I try to walk an angle myself, hope I don't bump into anything, and see if I could peer as far as I can.
Nope. You can take like 3 steps or so, and then the ground rises, and you have to step into the ground.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. That'll be that then.
Yep.
Maybe we buy a little bit more oil just in case, as we've been pointing out. 50 gold. Is oil lamp oil? Is that the same thing?
Yeah.
50 times, let's say we buy 12 more. Divided by 100, 6 gold. And then 12 more oil. Makes this 24. And then let's get like 12 more acid. Is acid an alchemy or is it? Alchemy, acid, glass. 7,500. 7,500 times 12 divided by 100. 900 gold for 12 flasks. If it's like 7, wait, it's like. No, that there has to be an error there. This is, oh, it's 75 gold. No, there's not an error. Yeah, 900. Yeah, fuck it, just in case. It's not like money's a problem. So this would be 60, 66. Then 12 flask. I think we're done. Not as fast
Alrighty.
spells, but we can start already doing other stuff. While I can sure. I probably want Phantom Steeds.
Yeah, I think we're gonna be at least going a bit into the woods, or at least a little bit. It'll be good for the first little bit.
Armor.
We think he went to the north area, right? So
We can probably like find some trail of his desolation at some point. You can probably track it.
Oh yeah, true. probably want to have a fireball. And just one tongues just in case. We're probably not going to do a lot of talking.
I think we're done talking to the orcs. They had their chance.
Yeah.
I guess we had our chance with them.
Yeah, so I'll just have like an extra fly for the boys. But that would mean that I need to burn components. I'll just keep tongues, I probably won't need it. And languages. Enlarge is always good. Second one of those. And then one more second level spell. Let's end this one and this for the day. And then
All over for like the backpack on you for the arrows has much increased in size.
Oh gosh, have you written it down somewhere?
Yeah, it's in the same horse sheet.
Oh, 62.9 pounds. Jesus.
Yeah,
Okay, let me
it's a
do
lot.
some math now.
And yeah, there's probably also like an extra little pocket somewhere with a special uh, bundle of arrows with 9 magic arrows in it.
Okay.
That's like kept off to the side. But he also lets you know that we don't have to keep all of them at us all the time. If you want to take the majority and put them in the hall of holding.
Okay.
Totally up to you how many you want to like. Just
Yeah, I can carry them all for now. I'll probably move some of the portable hold if we need to carry anything though. Alrighty, nice spells.
yeah.
Shadow monster. That's cool.
Yeah, I think that should be pretty high value.
Especially against dumb orcs.
But I don't know what's a good monster.
Like hit dice, can you summon?
I think it's caster level. Total.
Oh, okay.
But if I do like one hit dice, then it's like then I get to summon 9 things.
I gotcha.
Shadow orcs.
Oh, it's like just summon like 9 orcs. Duels to the death. Trolls are always the good ones. Or like giants.
Yeah, but there's 6 hit dice, so I can. I don't
Oh,
think
you
I've seen
only
the giants.
Oh, sorry, you haven't seen the giants, yeah. Only me and Ruben saw it. Do those giant lizards that you saw out east?
No, I could try.
The giant
They
red
don't-
lizard?
They don't get those cool attacks though.
No, not like the tiny ones in the wizard lair, like the big ones that you saw. Like the big red ones.
The big. Oh, maybe.
I don't know if they're they might be 2 big hit dice though.
There's also mammal. Is it mammal small? You just pick a good one with 1 hit dice.
The giant lizard that was red was a wrong description by me. It wasn't red.
Oh, okay, I was thinking of it.
The ones that you
differently.
fought in the wizard lair are the ones that you saw.
Oh, okay. Those ones aren't bad to summon, I think. I got you now, though.
It's not a herd mammal, right? It's just a mammal. But yeah, we need to wait on this.
What is AP?
Number
you looking
of
at?
appearing.
Oh yeah.
Or appears hit dice. Wait, what is the thing called? The meme that kills snakes?
Badger. It's a honey
Badger.
badger, but what's the badger here?
Hit dice 1+2. Does that count as 1, or does that mean?
Yeah, I think
Should
it's be like
count as
it's like 1+. I think it's be like 1+4 to like count as stupid dice, or something.
that-
There's like a weird number for it.
So if I can summon 9 of these, they have back on 19 and 3 attacks. 3 times 9 is 27 attacks. I think
Yeah, honey badgers are pretty good. They're very deadly for their level. Their hit dice.
Yeah. You should be able to sort monsters with hit dice.
Who's probably done it?
Neil has a soluble thing.
That's
Real
not a
goblins.
That's not a good summon monster.
Can you pick the monster you get, or do you just
Yeah.
pick the hit die?
That's why Shadow Monsters is better, because you can pick the thing that you get.
Very good.
Yeah.
Pick
Oh.
skunks.
You can't sort by hit dice, you know.
Maybe I'll just do trolls. Or what is it? What is the griffin thing called? What hit dice is griffin? Can I not look?
Griffin.
Well, really. 7. Griffin is probably pretty good for what I can do. Is
Yeah,
there any
Griffins are
9
fine.
hit dice monsters?
What?
That I've
They're
seen?
pro.
Probably not.
Imagine there are. There's not like super common. It's not a common number.
Yeah.
How many hit dice?
9.
9.
Can you summon like those scorpion men that we fought?
I think they're
At
not
least-
that strong.
They're not monsters.
No, I just think they're not that strong without magic.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah.
The bugs.
No, like the scorpion men.
Because I don't think I get any of their poison into the Shadow Monsters thing. It's just like physical attacks. Oh. What hit dice was the stone golem we saw in that one tomb?
Mm-hmm.
Stone golems are probably going to be easier to disbelieve.
Probably.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to make a griffin or a fuck ton of badgers. We'll see.
Yeah, depends on the situation.
Or a horse.
All right. Do you
Get
want
out
to
these forest.
start on an adventure
Oh yeah, that's
for
true.
the next
yeah.
like hour or so, or do we want to end here?
Um,
I'm fine with either.
I'm fine with either too.
we can try and see if we find his body, but I guess you as DM know better. But if
No,
we-
but he can't say because that would be giving us information.
So
That is true.
we can try and just see if we find the body, but if we get ambushed midway by something big,
If we need to stop mid something, I think that's fine.
Yeah, I'm fine with that too.
All right. So you hide out.
We
Howdy.
summon Phantom Steeds and roll out by Ludicrous Plays.
All right.
Autobots roll out.
So this is a Thursday, last week of February. The end of the rain season is near, as you
Yay.
leave barriers to go up to Holdenough, or what's the plan?
Yep.
All right, you make your way to get to Holdenough. Takes you a day to get there with the horses.
I guess we're on the lookout for like dead orcs in the woods as we march by.
where the path is and getting to Holdenough, getting to this mining settlement, you don't see any orc corpses anywhere.
Okay.
You arrive at Holdenough as the sun goes down.
Lean and secure shelter.
Plop down a shelter and go sleep. Anybody on watch during sleepy time?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, no.
No, nobody
All of us
afraid
is
of.
stone skinned, right?
So what's our version?
Did all of us get stone skinned? Stone skinned?
All right.
I
Well, we
think
don't have to, I guess, right now.
you're all stone skinned from before you,
Oh, because of the guy. We stone skinned before the guy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
you
I
never
remember
got
that,
into any combat since then.
Nice.
So I can just keep these numbers. They're good numbers, so let's keep them.
Good for you or good for me?
yeah. Exactly.
All right. Yeah, nothing tries to murder you in the night. You wake up the next morning and go further north.
I prepare for like 2 hours ish. I don't want to count 10 on. I think like 140 minutes. That's my guess. Yeah, I think so. I cast locate object on the rock with the idea of the mace.
Mhm.
I grab a twig.
And head north.
Wait, quick question. When I cast locate object with the thing, does the rock get like intertwined into the twig? The same way mount thing did.
Probably should, yeah.
Yes. I have created a new arcanum weapon.
The magic twig.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And
Can
hard to
somebody
roll.
roll me a d12?
Oliver, you go.
Alrighty. 6.
All right. That's the perfect number.
Oh, also, and during our travel, I say, guys, if a troll or griffin or a bunch of badgers just suddenly appear and start attacking our enemies, that's my doing. Don't be alarmed.
Okay.
Just so you don't get surprised.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thanks, Usmar.
All right. It is still raining this day as you head northwards. Where do you want to go?
Do we want to just try to head to the first village? See if he went
I
there?
think so.
Mm-hmm.
You know roughly where it is from memory. I think Ruben does better than all of us. It was like here or so.
Like somewhere here, and then so like an hour, 30 minutes away from there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
200 feet radius for locate up, or 180 feet radius for locate object. But is it feet or yards? Let me double check.
I think it
It
was
was
yards
yards, I think.
before. Yeah.
Okay, then yeah, yards. Yeah, 180 yard radius. So
That's quite a bit. That's like a tenth of a mile.
Yeah, once you get to a palisade wall, you can walk around the palisade wall, and it probably should ping off from there, if it's there, right?
big. Yeah.
Okay. You head northwards, and like somewhere around here. Give me a perception check, Ruven, and a random d20.
That's a nat 1 on the check and a 3 on the dice.
You get jumped by a group of dire wolves.
Oh no!
Yeah. They
I
are
shout
dangerous
Mark when I-
creatures, but since you all still have stone skins, you manage to defeat them before they murder you. Your stone skins are damaged though.
I'm fine with that.
That's good.
Makes sense.
Do you want me to remove 2 castings of magic missile?
3. You cast 3
3?
spells.
What?
You have time to cast 3 spells.
Yeah, but do I do it? I feel like if the fight is already won, I would save slots.
There's 2 direwolves trying to bite you in the face. They have
What
a lot
hit
of hit
dice do they have?
points. They have 4 plus 4 hit die.
So don't they all die in 1 round?
Potential. It's a good potential.
No.
It's definitely not 3 rounds.
There's 6 of them.
What do you mean there's 6 of them? You just said there was 2.
Yeah,
two
2
on
that are
you.
trying to bite your face, and then there's 2 trying to bite Oliver's face, and
Oh,
2 that are
okay.
trying to bite Ruven's face.
Okay, I'll burn 3 magic missiles then,
Yeah.
that's fair.
Alright. Unlucky, your stone skins are damaged.
That's fine. There's not much out here that's too dangerous.
Yep. You get to like the place where you think you're getting close to the orc camp, and from here, where do you go? Like, where do you think it is? North, east, southwest?
I'm pretty sure it was west.
I think it goes west too, from memory.
Yeah, a little bit north.
Light glow.
Okay. Ruven, give me a second perception check.
$28.
You're heading like somewhere around here when you notice that there is a footpath.
Perfect.
Clearly something has regularly traveled here. It is washed out because of the rain, so not too recently, but you can like see this area on the ground where there's like a long stretch of nothing grows here. There's like branches of trees hacked away. Something is moving east to west here quite frequently.
Okay.
On an east-west axis, like either east to west or west to east, can't tell.
Yeah. I think we'll start going west with the path.
All right. You head west, and like about an hour or so later, you see in front of you a clearing with it's like a very interesting looking natural ground formation, as it makes like a basin basically, and around the outside of the basin you see like somebody has shoveled or digged dirt benches. Seems to be like a coliseum of sorts. It's the best description I can give you of this.
I think Ruben will go a few steps ahead, go invisible, and then like try to go to the tree line and look.
Yeah. There's nothing there at the moment. It's just an empty space. There's clearly like a ground that is slightly underwater at the moment. And then there's like these large steps that go up, which are circling around the basin. Seems like it is made for people to sit there and watch what's going on. in the middle.
Seems like they have fighting rings. I'll go try to look for more paths.
I nod.
Not as well. Makes sense.
As you circle around this area, you see that there's 3 more paths heading in each cardinal direction, 1 north, 1 south, and 1 west.
I asked the party, do we continue on going on west? This might also be a training round for multiple clans,
Might just be where they come to fight each other.
Mm-hmm.
which means where do we want to go? Still west?
Let's go west first, and then we can, if we don't find a bunch of bodies, then we'll know where we'll know he wasn't there yet.
Okay. We do that.
All right. You walk around this large hole in the ground and continue westwards. After 3 more hours, you see in front of you a palisade wall.
Big.
Nice.
I think the goal is to do a circle around the palisade wall, so Osmar can do his magic check.
Yeah.
As you start circling, as you get closer to the palisade wall, you can see that there's a gate that is destroyed.
That's fine.
Do you look inside, or do you just ignore it and start circling?
I think we just ignore it, right? There's no
Yeah.
reason to we're not there for we're not here to loot or anything.
We look through as we walk. We don't necessarily go into peer, but we
Yeah.
casually look in the direction.
Yeah, there's some barricade that is erected behind the gate. Few pieces of the barricade have been destroyed as well. You can see some orc bodies on the ground. And as you start moving around, no movement.
That's good.
You make a circle around the town or whatever it is. You go get nothing on your detect object, locate object.
I think this must have not been his last trip.
Alrighty, I guess let's go back east and try another direction.
Yep.
Right.
Okay.
As you get back to the large hole in the ground, night comes around as well.
We can secure shop up.
Yeah, just sleep there.
Just there in the middle of the thing, or somewhere hidden away from the pathways.
Oh, I don't know. Whatever the party decides, I'm not scared at all.
I
Honestly,
think we should be prudent and just take a little bit off the trail.
sure, we can go off the trail.
A little bit, just like a minute off the trailer, so to get a little bit in the woods.
Okay. Any specific direction that you want to pick for the next day? So
I think we're gonna let's go north next, I guess.
Yeah.
Alright.
Just pick a random one.
all right.
Yeah, same. There's 30 minutes of preparing, then 150, and then 150. Oh, what did I say? 30 minutes, 50, not 150. 50 minutes. Takes me 2 hours to prepare.
All right. Funny. All right. Nothing tries to ambush in the night again. How lucky. No trolls 2 nights in a row. This is unheard of.
That is true.
You wake up the next morning, get your shit done, and head north. Takes you again 2 or 3 hours until you see in the distance. What do you see first? Nope. You see in the distance another palisade wall.
Same as before. Try not to get too close yet. Let's do a circle first.
You start approaching the palisade wall, and you can see, like, there's these guard towers, the same as in the village before, but on these guard towers are orcs.
I think we're
Nice.
supposed to walk around it, right?
Yeah, I'll just try to see if my thing pings.
You circle around, like, a bit away from the palisade, I assume. You
Yeah.
get no ping. At some point, you hear a horn blowing, though. Coming from the orc encampment, where there are clearly orcs walking around in. Does it bother you?
Is this before or after we finish the circle?
Yeah, like halfway across.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't mind.
Okay. You continue on your way,
They can choose their destiny.
not giving a fuck about the orcs. Alright. You make your way, finish your circle around, nothing pings up, and head back south. Oh,
Yeah.
alright.
Go east. Let's go east this time.
Alright. You can go south, then you go east on the next path, finding another slaughtered orc village. Circling
Circle.
around, still nothing pings.
What the heck?
I guess we have to go south then. The last one.
There might be more as well.
Yeah, there could be more villages, but at least we know he's in this area. At least, which is good.
Mhm.
I feel like it has to be south because the last one, just because he didn't go to the north village, and he definitely found that path in the area.
Was the gate in the North Village place, was that destroyed?
Nope.
Okay. And this one with no ping, is the gate here destroyed?
Yes.
Okay. That's a good sign.
Yeah.
Right. You head back. You take the last path that is available. Head south. It is by now afternoon as you arrive at this another destroyed gate of a slaughtered orc village. You can see corpses inside. Bunch of wild animals scurrying around as well, like have been in the other villages as well. And as you take your way around, like quarter or something around the village, your ping goes off.
Yes.
Yes, I notified the
Told
party.
ya. Deduction.
Just bad luck.
Just bad luck, yeah. You picked like exactly the wrong one, and then went the wrong direction as well. You find the gavel sitting on the ground next to the gavel. This unarmored, bloodied corpse, slightly nibbled on as well. Most of it is still here though. The smell is disgusting. It's even worse than when he was alive. When he wasn't quite alive, but, well, you know what I mean. Kind of have to pack this thing up somehow.
Yeah, I think we can
yeah.
put him into my portable hole. Or the coin portable hole, just because it has less shit in it.
There's so many coins.
But there's a
Wait,
giant
yeah.
bathtub on top of the
Yeah,
coins.
can we?
Yeah, just put him in the bathtub.
Yeah. Okay, good.
Alright.
Is it about evening?
Late
I want to
afternoon.
take the mace as well, right?
Okay.
So notable there's the mace. I assume you inspect the corpse, or do you not inspect the corpse?
I mean, do you want to rob him? I don't know if we want to grave rob him.
I don't know if you want
I
to
want
rob.
to ensure that it's him.
How would you know that?
You know, just by looking at him. Like, is this the guy?
Okay. Obviously, like next to the corpse on the ground, like he is just clothed, but he's still wearing this dark black leather cape,
Okay, I think that's good.
Yeah, I think that's his
which
signature.
is noticeable. Yeah, the large gavel next to him is there.
It must.
You can see also a quite noticeable on his left hand a ring on his ring finger.
A what?
A ring on his ring finger.
Nice.
Also, quite noticeable is that clearly a lot of his bones must be broken because like his leg is like looking in the wrong direction here. The fingers split partways, the hand is split partways open. Like this body is in extremely bad shape. There's a large hole all the way through his shoulder, opening up on his chest. Yeah,
Gross.
yeah.
Yeah.
Body itself looks malnourished as well, like drained of any substance. Yeah. I think you have like some desert planes or something that you were thinking on using. You can wrap the body in them and put him in a portable hole.
Should keep him from rotting.
Yeah. Pack your
Yeah, so-
stuff and then
Head north.
He just had like east, right?
Oh yeah.
Pretty much. Yeah, and then we can go across the plain.
I have a few more hours before it's getting really dark. And you plop down another hut, I assume.
Yeah.
Yep. The hut is plopped down. And you go to sleep.
Probably no watch, right?
Yeah, we're not in like basilisk territory, so I think we're fine. The only thing is dangerous out here, I think.
When
for
we
us is
make it
north.
here, which way are we gonna? Are we heading north?
I think we're just gonna cut across, right? Because there's no
Okay.
reason to go to the mining outpost, right?
Okay, but this
Right.
is
And
like.
I'm just thinking, right?
Yep. I think we should rest. Or maybe
Like
I
in
can.
the edge, like in the forest.
I was thinking because we need to travel with phantom states, but maybe I just prepare them tomorrow.
We can. I mean, we're gonna. You have to use a lot of level 3 spells. You also need fly, right?
Yeah, I need 2 castings of fly for you guys.
And like 2 casts in phantom. I think we could just we could just probably like go over and rest at the edge of the woods for tomorrow, or like in the woods, and until next in phantom states.
Yeah, it's whatever you. Sure, that works as well.
I think whatever you guys are fine with though.
Yeah.
I think it's the most efficient use of it because we're gonna be
I
traveling
think-
all over anyway.
I think on our map we have some like marked out spots where there's good places to drop our hut.
Yeah, like the couple tiger caves that we cleared out.
Yeah. Because this was the place with the scouting flying kobolds, right? Then
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and like the ogres and weird elf things that wasn't an elf.
yes. But I guess the elves are on the southern part.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, they were like down here. Those are the spiders, though. No wonder why
Yeah.
we never visited them.
Yeah, we'll try to make it here, and then we'll go from there.
Alrighty.
I think that's the plan.
Also, I assume during one of these days you recharge the ring of spell storing. Just saying, I just assumed I did it because I did it before a thing.
Oh yeah, sure.
It was during like one of those like weeks of downtime, whatever we had.
Yeah.
Just making sure that's in the books.
As this day starts, you notice that the rain has significantly slowed down. It is still drizzling, but compared to the last few days, it's almost not raining. As you make your way eastwards, arriving at the border.
Do we want to start ending here? Or
Yeah, I
do we
think
have a
this-
spot?
Either this border or this border is a good ending spot. Maybe this is better.
So yeah, assume nothing stops us at the wall. I think we can just end here.
No, nothing stops you at the wall. And you can make your way up.
We can make our way up on the next episode.
Mm-hmm.
Dun dun dun.
Just quickly bringing you to the other map so you know where you are here on this map.
Okay.
Yeah, let me just write some spells before I forget. What level 2 spells do I have prepared?
Is that the route I'm planning to take?
Yeah, I'm just taking a rough estimate of how long it's going to take us to get there. 'Cause I imagine we're not going through this direction. This is all ant territory. We need to go around the whole thing is better, I think.
Or we could just go straight through the unknown.
That's true, we could. Because what? I got a rough estimate of where Holgathar is, which is find it.
But we probably want to go drop the body on our way. Because we might need to use the tub. Or do you want to go straight to Volgathar?
I think that's a great point we can discuss later and make an agreement on.
Okay.
Yeah, and we can worry about that later. Yeah, so it's about 100 miles south of the old village that we were at. It's where the capital is.
There's my spell list, except that 2 flies have been cast already.
Alrighty.
Yeah, so we're going to travel about like 400 miles minimum, probably.
Well,
That was a productive session. We got a lot.
Yeah.
We finished Carr's story.
Good job.
start
Okay.
finishing his story.
Or yeah, we have to end. We gotta bury him first.
Good old rock to mud. Mud to rock.
By the way, who picked up the hammer?
Probably Oliver, unless someone else would attest to it. Because I imagine we're defending the hole.
Yeah.
As you pick up the hammer, you notice that it appears to be like the shape of the hammer is like really bad. Makes not really much sense. It looks unbalanced. As you pick it up, it is surprisingly light. And as you pick it up as well, you notice that the rest of your equipment becomes surprisingly light.
Oh, that's good to know.
Nice.
Whatever that means.
Time to rob some graves before they're even made.
We can talk. We can speak with him at some point if he wants us to keep the item or not.
It's honorable too. It's to honor Carr. You should use his equipment to slay.
We also have his ring too.
Mm-hmm.
We can detect magic at some point to see if it's actually magical. And then we can determine if we want to. We can maybe talk to. Yeah, speak with Dead, right? We can actually talk to him.
What? No.
Speak
Yeah,
with it as a cleric spell.
Mhm.
I thought you had I thought you had speak with Dead.
I have past life,
Oh, past life. That's what it is. Yeah, I was still thinking of it. Yeah.
but you
Dang.
know.
All right, I'm getting quite tired. Thank
Yeah.
you, everybody.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great session. Really
Nice
good
session.
stuff. Great
And
RP.
we'll meet again next week on Monday, I think, right?
That is correct.
Yes.
Wacky
20
time.
something.
22.
There we go. Yeah.
Until then, have a nice week and
Gute Nacht.
Stay alive and stuff, you know. Don't get sick.
Everybody. Thank you for DMing, Duck.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you're welcome. Thanks for playing. Bye bye.
Good night.
Bye.